Hello everyone, and welcome to this online conference brought to you by the UCLA Nazarian Center for Israel Studies and Israel's Haaretz newspaper. I'm Dov Waxman, the director of the Nazarian Center and the Rosalind and Arthur Gilbert Foundation Professor of Israel Studies at the University of California, Los Angeles. The UCLA Nazarian Center for Israel Studies is committed to educating the general public in Los Angeles, the United States, and around the world about modern Israel, its history, culture, society, and politics. For this reason, we've partnered with Haaretz for the third time now to bring you this online conference. Our first joint conference in November 2021 focused on Israel's national security challenges. Our last conference in February 2023 focused on Israel's foreign policy and foreign relations. This conference was originally going to address Israel's internal divisions and the challenges of social cohesion. But then a shocking and horrific event took place that changed everything. I'm referring, of course, to the surprise attack that Hamas conducted in southern Israel on October the 7th, just over 5 months ago, when some 3,000 members of Hamas's military wing and other Palestinian militants invaded Israel and went on to indiscriminately kill more than 1,160 people, mostly civilians, brutally rape women, and abduct about 250 people, including children and elderly people, of whom around 100 are still alive and held in captivity in the Gaza Strip. October the 7th was the deadliest day for Israelis in the country's history. More Israelis were killed on that day than in any single day in any of Israel's wars or in the many previous terrorist attacks against Israeli civilians. October the 7th has been called Israel 9/11. The analogy is apt in many respects. Both events were by far the worst terrorist attacks in the country's history, and they both took place on home soil, where the country's citizens assumed the state would protect them. Both attacks left people terrorized and traumatized, fearful of a ruthless enemy, and shocked and humiliated by the fact that their enemies could carry out surprise attacks on such horrific scale. In both cases, the enemy had been underestimated. Israel's response to 10/7 also has some similarities with the US response to 9/11. The US invaded Afghanistan in order to destroy al-Qaeda and topple the Taliban government that hosted it. Israel invaded the Gaza Strip in order to destroy Hamas and topple its government there. This war in Gaza is nothing like the previous rounds of fighting between Israel and Hamas. Those mini-wars were devastating for Palestinians in Gaza, with more than 4,000 killed and many more made homeless. This war is much bigger, much longer, and much more devastating. 5 months into the war, more than 30,000 Palestinians, mostly civilians, have been killed and over 70,000 injured, according to Gaza's Ministry of Health. The majority of Gaza's 2.2 million people have been displaced, and many are now on the brink of starvation. A humanitarian catastrophe is unfolding before our eyes. And as the world watches the carnage in Gaza and the death and suffering of so many innocent civilians, international criticism and outrage over Israel's conduct of the war is mounting, and angry protests have been taking place around the world. Israel has even been brought before the International Court of Justice on charges of genocide. There's also been a surge of anti-Semitic and Islamophobic incidents in many countries, including in the United States. And in addition to all this, violence has spread across the Middle East, as Hezbollah in Lebanon, the Houthis in Yemen, and Shia militia in Iraq and Syria have carried out attacks, ostensibly in support of the Palestinians, drawing the United States into the fray. Gaza is at the center of global attention right now, but Israel itself is still reeling from the trauma of October the 7th, and Israelis are fixated on the fate of the hostages in Gaza. The trauma of October the 7th will last for a long time to come, which raises many questions. Is Israel now a different country than it was on October the 6th? What has changed since then? And what will be the long-term repercussions of October the 7th for Israeli-Palestinian relations, for Israel's foreign relations, for Israeli domestic politics and societal relations, and for Israel's relations with Jewish communities around the world? In the midst of war, these crucial questions have hardly been addressed, which is why the UCLA Nazarian Center for Israel Studies and Haaretz have assembled 4 panels of experts to tackle them. The first panel will explore the impact of October the 7th on Israeli-Palestinian relations. The second will examine its impact on Israel's foreign relations. The third will discuss its impact on Israeli society and politics. And the final panel will look at its impact on the Jewish diaspora. I hope you will stay and watch all 4 panel discussions. We will also have one-on-one interviews with Yair Golan, former IDF Deputy Chief of Staff, who is now running for leadership of Israel's Labour Party, and with the New York Times columnist Thomas Friedman, as well as an intimate conversation between Haaretz's diplomatic correspondent, Amir Tabon, and his father, Noam Tabon, former commander of the IDF's Northern Division, who heroically rescued Amir and his family from their home in Kibbutz Nahal Oz on October the 7th. Before I turn over to Haaretz's editor-in-chief, Aluf Ben, I'd just like to thank the Diane and Guilford Glazer Foundation for underwriting this conference and making it possible. We hope you will enjoy watching the conference and finding it to be thought-provoking, interesting, and informative. And now, over to Aluf.
Dov and our partners from the UCLA Nazarian Center for Israel Studies, my colleagues from Haaretz, and all conference participants, I'd like to welcome you all to the 3rd annual Haaretz-UCLA conference dedicated to Israel after October 7th. No words can summarize the events in Israel since the beginning of last year better than unprecedented and unthinkable. Time and again, we've found ourselves dumbstruck and ill-prepared in the face of crises that are still threatening to tear apart the delicate fabric holding our society together. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's second comeback at the end of 2022, after being voted out 18 months before, ended the erstwhile political upheaval which had driven the country to 5 general elections in less than 4 years. The key figures in Netanyahu's new coalition were the ideological heirs of Rabbi Meir Kahane, once a despised far-right pariah and now setting the national tone. Together with Netanyahu, they hurried to implement their blueprint for a new version of Israel, less democratic and more theocratic, and committed to pushing aside the Palestinians and frantically expanding West Bank settlements. Topping Netanyahu's agenda was a judicial coup in a country lacking any formal constitution and strong protection of civil rights. The clear and present threat to democracy prompted hundreds of thousands of citizens to launch Israel's widest ever protest movement. Week after week, in public squares all over the country, hundreds and thousands of protesters chanted democracy and reservists vowed not to serve a dictatorship. By the spring of last year, Israel intelligence warned that the country's enemies, Iran, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad and their ilk, were viewing the domestic rift as a strategic opportunity. War was imminent, warned intelligence, but Netanyahu was deaf to the alarm bells and would not halt the coup or reach out to the opposition. On October 7th, the warnings came true when Hamas surprised and invaded Israel all along the Gaza border, killing 1,200 Israelis, raping, looting, wounding, and kidnapping many others in what became Israel's worst ever calamity. From then on, our lives would be divided between pre- and post-October 7th. Israel's counterattack, now within 6 months, has failed so far to achieve its stated goals of destroying Hamas and bringing back the Israeli hostages from Gaza. Even after 30,000 Palestinians have been killed, large parts of Gaza turned into rubble, and most of the Strip's population squeezed into Rafah. President Joe Biden has given Israel unprecedented support in words and deeds, but growingly turned away from Netanyahu. And in one more unprecedented and once unthinkable development, Israel is standing accused at the ICJ in The Hague of committing genocide. The war still enjoys wide support among Israel's Jewish society, while the Arab society in Israel calls for immediate ceasefire and prisoner exchange. Wartime unity aside, the political turmoil is not over, as Netanyahu refuses to accept any responsibility for the October 7th tragedy, clinging to his far-right coalition to avoid an election in which, according to the polls, he is bound to lose. So far, the pre-war protest has failed to resurrect itself in calling for an early election. So an unpopular government is leading the country in a popular war alongside the same military leaders who had failed miserably on October 7th. Many questions are still looming large in the wake of last year's events. How the Gaza war will end, and when will the hostages come back home? Will the Lebanese front explode in a full-scale conflict? When will the residents of the evacuated communities in the north and south of Israel return to their homes? Who will govern and rebuild Gaza? And is Israel poised to establish a long-term occupation and even, as the far right demands, rebuild Israeli settlements there? Will the Biden administration continue to back Israel's war effort in the face of growing opposition in the president's party before a crucial election? And will Netanyahu and his coalition survive the war? All these questions and more will stand at the focus of today's discussion, and I wish all of us a fruitful conference.
Hello everyone, my name is Yair Golan. I'm a magazine writer for Haaretz magazine, the weekend edition of Haaretz newspaper. And today I will be speaking with Major General Yair Golan, former Deputy Minister of Economy. Golan's public profile has rose sharply since October 7, after he acted as a one-man rescue unit, volunteering to help youth fleeing under fire from the Nova Festival and bringing them back to safe place. And this act of heroism brought him back to the heart of the public sphere, and he's become an influential figure in the Israeli politics. Although now he's not even a member of the Knesset. Mr. Golan, good to have you with us.
Hello everybody.
Hello. So, Yair, last December on an interview to Haaretz, we talked about the continuation of the war in Gaza, and you were quite firm in stating that we shouldn't expect for full surrender of Hamas, and maybe more accurately, that this organization will not be diminished, at least not in the foreseeable future. And now, 3.5 months later, and that so-called complete victory is not in sight. What should be the purpose of the military campaign from now on? What should the IDF do, in your opinion?
Well, unfortunately, what I have recommended didn't materialize because of the policy of this government. First, we need to free all the hostages as soon as possible. This is a national goal. Without achieving that, in fact, we tore the Israeli society from the inside. This is totally unacceptable. And it's much more important than it seems to be, according to the numbers, or according to the member of this government, this terrible government that expressed all kind of very strange opinions. Mm-hmm. The second thing is to isolate the Gaza Strip from any external support, military support. And that should be implemented from the very beginning of the war. Unfortunately, we didn't reach this situation until now, and every professional military man or military woman would say the same, that you cannot fight terror without isolating it from any external support. The third goal is to continue with lessening the influence of the military wing of Hamas, and that should be an ongoing effort that could take years. Mm-hmm. And the fourth issue is to recover the enveloping area around the Gaza Strip and the civil situation in the Gaza Strip, while bringing together regional forces and international forces in order to move forward with some promising future for us and for Israeli security, and at the same time to create something much more stable in the Palestinian arena. That's, of course, expand the spectrum of the ongoing military operations in the Gaza Strip, and that should be done as a prime goal for any Israeli reasonable government.
You said recently, actually tweeted, that the most powerful emotion you feel right now is rage. Towards whom or where it's directed? Who are you mad at?
Well, of course, it's a rage concerning what Hamas did to us. I was there, traveled a few times along the 232 route, the enveloping route around the Gaza Strip. And I can tell you, there were the most devastating scenes I ever saw in my whole military career. and I think I saw quite a lot. So yes, I'm truly angry concerning what Hamas did to us. But at the same time, I feel much rage concerning this current Israeli government. This government tore the Israeli society from the inside since last January. I mean, the January of 2023, for unnecessary reasons, in order to support the judicial problems of Benjamin Netanyahu, in order to enhance the autonomy of the ultra-Orthodox in Israel, which is against the Israeli interest, and of course, in order to impose the notions of the extreme right, the messianic right in Israel on the rest of the population. These are the real issues behind the judicial reform, the judicial overhaul, and that's toward the Israeli society from the inside, and that should be stopped. Unfortunately, this government showed up to now no competence to handle this crisis. On the contrary, some of its ministers provide us with all kinds of terrible proclamations that hurt severely the Israeli stand internationally. So I think that we should replace this government as soon as possible. And the rage is there. And we should gather all Israelis, reasonable Israelis, those Israelis who truly support and adopt a democratic and liberal stance. We all should gather together in order to replace this government.
You talked about Netanyahu's, I would say, collateral damage, but I want to go back with you a few years later. Netanyahu fed Hamas and built this so-called monster to weaken the Palestinian Authority. No one disputed that. But the concept that it's possible to reach a settlement with Hamas by giving them economic incentive was accepted by the absolute majority politicians and senior military person in Israel. You also consistently spoke out in favor of resolution, formal or informal, what we call asdara, with Hamas. Were you wrong?
Well, I would say the following. I think I was right and still right in saying that you cannot freeze the situation. You cannot handle, conflict management. You cannot, or it's totally unreasonable to strengthen Hamas and at the same time to weaken the Palestinian Authority. In all that, I was totally right. I thought that yes, Israel can reach some sort of arrangements, positive, constructive arrangements with Hamas. Concerning that, I was wrong, as all of us. So we should say together, loud and clear, that the basic assumption of Netanyahu was totally wrong, and this perception took us to October 7th. This assumption that it is positive for Israel to strengthen Hamas and to weaken the Palestinian Authority. So this is that should be said, says loud and clear. At the same time, we need to understand, all of us, that we cannot reconcile Hamas, and therefore we need to fight Hamas as long as it's still dominant element in the Gaza Strip or in the West Bank. This is reality. This is the lesson I take out of this horrible day. But again, I was totally right that we cannot freeze the conflict. We cannot handle status quo for eternity, and that it's totally unreasonable to strengthen Hamas and weaken the Palestinian Authority. That was the policy of Benjamin Netanyahu and the extreme right in Israel. Mm-hmm. I would like to mention that Bezalel Smotrich told us, over and over again, that the Israeli interest is weak Palestinian Authority and a strong Hamas, because that shows everyone that there is no one to talk with and that we need to fight for eternity with the Palestinians.
I want to talk to you about the political climate outside Israel. Your opposition to the woke movement is also very consistent. And since October 7, we see an anti-Israeli drift, which sometimes borders to anti-Semitism. For example, on leading campuses in the United States. And it doesn't just stay in the academy. The progressive left in the Democratic Party, in the Labour Party in Britain, is becoming more and more hostile to Israel. Do you see a way to change this alarming trend?
Well, I would say that the woke movement, the progressive left, are disconnected from reality. And we should say quite and clear that in order to conduct a reasonable policy for Israel and for the United States of America, we should go back to the principles of liberal democracy. We should say loud and clear, there is in our world truth and lies, that we need to stick with the human basic moral standards, that we have some ethical principles. And yes, not everything is about fashion or saying things that are nice to be heard, but ignore reality. So outside there are bad people who try to do bad things to good people. And we need to say it loud and clear. At the same time, we need to remember that Israel cannot stick with a policy of doing nothing, of not moving forward, of not promising some sort of a positive future to our own people. The problem with this government is that it's not represents the interests of Israel, the interests of the majority of Israelis, and therefore we should replace this government regardless what people from the progressive left elsewhere in the world tell us about Israel and about the ongoing war.
So maybe it's not the essence is not that the woke movement went too far, rather that Israeli honestly earned this blunt criticism, the Israeli government.
I think that we need to cope with lies. Like there is the best government in Israel, and at the same time we need to fight this government regardless the progressive left. This is the issue. I think that there is a connection between these two phenomena, but it's not necessarily the same thing. So yes, I think that what we see in the world right now make me worry, and we need to cope with that together, we all the Jewish people. And at the same time, we need to say loud and clear that this government has no ability to conduct the future of Israel.
One of the supposed side effects of the phenomena we just described is the re-election of Donald Trump as president. Are you worried?
Well, I think that you take it as a very dark future in much more emotional manner comparing to Israelis. And you are right about it. I think that Donald Trump represents something which is very negative to all democracies on earth. And the fact that we see that democracies elsewhere cope with this challenge of populism, of irresponsible leaders, of neglecting the most valuable and the most precious values. This is a matter for a deep concern in Israel and elsewhere. And I hope that President Biden will proceed with its policy, with its ability to maintain a reasonable, good administration.
You have pretensions to lead the Israeli center-left in the first step by running for the leadership of the Labour Party. And your path seems paved there. The polls are quite flattering. But what makes you believe that in your case it will end up differently? That you'll be able to unite this, I would say, shrinking electorate. In other words, that it won't be another crash as it happened with personas such as Avi Gabay and Merav Michaeli?
I think it's not a shrinking electorate. What we see right now is that more and more Israelis truly understand the threat of this messianic government, of this extreme government to the destiny of Israel. The Zionist dream, the Zionist project is under threat. So therefore, we should unite ourselves and we should say loud and clear that we have an alternative. And I think this is totally different. It's two completely different things. To head the Israeli left as a, I would say, exclusive element in the Israeli society, rather than establishing a large democratic liberal camp that will provide some sort of a true alternative to the extreme right and to the corrupted leaders that lead us right now. So I think that people do understand it right in the most, I would say, profound manner. I would say another thing. We need a clear stance, clear positions, clear principles, clear ideology. What I call the extreme center in Israel cannot provide a true alternative. So therefore, I call all the people who want to create an alternative, who sees the destiny of Israel the same way I and my friends look at it. The fact that we need to reinvigorate the Israeli project, to go back to the former foundations and build upon them something new and truly suitable for the challenges, to the huge challenges we are facing, this is the issue. So I entered the politics with this determination to change the destiny of Israel. I have no intention to give up. We need to fight for it. Yes, it's a long process. It won't be ended, by a few weeks or months. But this is the only promising future we can provide Israeli citizens. So let's gather together around the basic Democrat, liberal, Zionist principles, and let's change the course of Israel, because this course right now is quite destructive.
Mr. Golan, I want to thank you for conducting this interview.
Thank you very much, and all the best for all of us. Let's remember that we are one people with one destiny, and we should support each other in the most powerful manner, because it's so important for us.
Amen.
Shalom, salam, and welcome to our panel discussion about the Israeli-Palestinian relations post-October 7th. My name is Neta Achituv. I'm a writer and an editor at Haaretz. Whenever an Israeli or a Palestinian is asked about the conflict, the immediate answer would be, it's complicated. Well, you can imagine how much more complicated it became on that horrible Saturday and the terrible war in Gaza that followed. But complex as it is, we have to talk about it, yet alone try and solve it. After all, we do want to live here in peace. We will try to do so in this panel discussion with our intelligent and knowledgeable panelists, whom I will now introduce. We have Rula Hardal, the Palestinian co-director of the organization A Land for All, 2 States, 1 Homeland, a research fellow at the Kogod Center for the Study of Jewish and Contemporary Thought at the Shalom Hartman Institute, and a lecturer of political science. Next to her is Professor Chuck Freilich, a former Deputy National Security Advisor in Israel and today a Senior Fellow at INSS, the Institute for National Security Studies. He also teaches at Columbia University and published a number of books, including Israeli National Security, a New Strategy for an Era of Change. Next to him is Anat Saragusti, a colleague, an Israeli journalist and a commentator who covered Gaza and the Palestinian territories for many years. And joining us via video, Hussein Ibish, a senior resident scholar at the Arab Gulf States Institute in Washington and a weekly columnist at the National and the Atlantic. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you, Hussein, for joining us from DC. Let's begin.
Pleasure.
Since everything is personal and our subject is so delicate, I would like to start with a personal question to each of you. How do you personally feel about the situation? How have you been doing since October 7th? Bring your whole identity to this question, to this answer. You can tell us a story, an anecdote. Just share your thoughts on a personal level, please. Rula, we'll start with you.
Okay, thank you very much. I feel, if I try to think about the main feelings that I have since October 7th and the beginning of the war, I feel sad, angry, and I'm afraid. Afraid because of the threatening situation that we are all live in, and I live in, especially being a Palestinian, because I don't feel that I can really distinguish between Palestinians in the West Bank or inside Israel, or as citizens of the state of Israel and Gaza. We can differentiate between the intensity of the violence experienced upon them from the state of Israel and the Israeli army. But I do feel that the state of Israel and even the majority of the Jewish Israeli citizens in Israel, they treat all of us as enemy. So that's why I do have my fears. I do have my fears also because I live between the northern part of Israel and Ramallah and Jerusalem. So I'm not sure how things are going to develop, and if we are going to witness any further escalation. Not saying
just
that
maybe
we
say
don't,
that you're a Palestinian citizen of Israel, and this is the population that is the most, I think, sensitive or in the most complex situation now. And
we have witnessed since immediately after October 7th, even though we are citizens of the state of Israel. We witnessed from the state policy, state institutions, the mainstream Israeli media, as well as the majority of the Israeli public, a severe crackdown of the freedom of speech and expression, of political activism, when it came to say anything, any simple thing opposing the Israeli war and the Israeli actions toward Gaza and toward the Palestinians in the West Bank, or saying anything about
even
stopping the war.
Pain.
Exactly. So I didn't feel ever that I am safe as a Palestinian citizen in the state of Israel, or I didn't even felt equal. And as a political scientist, I used to teach about all of these issues. So I'm very aware about the whole evolution and the whole development of not only the conflict, but also I can speak maybe another 2 hours about the relationship between the Palestinian citizens of the state of Israel with the state institutions and governments, as well as with the majority of the Israeli Jewish citizens, but it's not our point today. But this is something different this time.
Is it hard to go to work, for example, and work alongside Israeli Jews?
It's hard. It's hard because not only because of our different political opinions and how we politically see things, but it's hard for me because I could express my empathy and fears and compassion when October 7th happened, but the majority of the Israeli Jews that I know, they are not able to do it morally, ethically, politically, with what's happening on Gaza. And it's something shocking and give me a lot of thoughts about what became from us, from all of us, and what we will see later on among the Palestinians and as well as among the Israeli Jews. What kind of human beings are we going to be after this war and after this bloody violence?
We will talk about it later.
And this is actually one part of my fear, and I feel angry because the whole world, including you in Israel, you are watching the people, the killing of the people in Gaza, innocent people, children. You are witnessing the people that don't have water to drink, and people are starving in Gaza, and we continue our life somehow. And some of us continue their life as everything is usual, as well as the whole world. And even speaking about ceasefire and about the need to stop this war, it became for me as a Palestinian citizen in Israel a kind of crime.
Yeah, it's been hard to speak, also for us.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Chuck, how do you feel?
Well, I think like everyone in Israel, I was devastated by what happened, horrified. And I spent much of my childhood weekends at Kisufim, one of the kibbutzim in the Gaza area. So it was an area that I always particularly loved. And the kibbutzim, to me, always embodied the best of Zionism, the pioneering egalitarian spirit of rebuilding the Jewish homeland. I went to visit, of course, to see what happened, and the sense of horror was pronounced. It was one of the worst days in our history. Some people believe that it was the worst. I spent over 20 years of my life in the defense establishment, and since then have written a number of books about Israeli national security. So even though I left the government 18 years ago, I must say I felt a sense of personal responsibility for this. How could we get it so wrong? How could we blow it? This was our national nightmare. We always said throughout all of the wars that if the Arab side had ever been able to occupy, to overrun 1 square inch of Israeli territory, the people in that area would be annihilated. And that's exactly what happened. Of course, all of this came on top of the events of the last year, the judicial wrecking ball. I wrote in Haaretz on more than one occasion that what the government was doing was tearing the defense establishment apart, and there would be severe consequences. I never thought it was going to be this bad. I also wrote literally on the first day when the war started, that this time, unfortunately, unlike our usual practice, we have to define clear objectives, a clear end game, and see if somehow out of this horror something positive could happen.
Which is absent.
Which is, of course, exactly what the government did not do.
And still insisting not to do.
5 months after. And we'll get into the ramifications afterwards, but that's a serious problem. how have we gone in the space of 5 months from being the focus of enormous international sympathy to a nation which is becoming a pariah, which is a strong word, but that's what's happening. One of the strategic outcomes of this war, incredibly, could be a rift with the United States. I'm not sure that there is any hope left for the peace process. Again, we'll talk about that. I think Gula may have overstated the case a little bit. Some of us managed to feel a little bit of sympathy for people on the other side as well. That doesn't mean, or even considerable sympathy, that doesn't mean we don't believe that the war should continue to be prosecuted. But the human element, of course, is there. And I think that people who intentionally conducted a genocide or a genocidal attack, which was designed to cause Israel to respond in the massive way that it did, should be cautious in what they say. So how do I feel? Could be better.
Yeah, could be better. Thank you. Anat.
So, on a personal basis, like Gula was saying, I'm still very sad and frustrated and devastated. And I think that on October 7th, if I'm reflecting back, I was worried for my dear friend Vivian Silver.
Oh, you knew her.
A well-known peace activist, really dear friend of mine, who lived in Kibbutz Be'eri, and we didn't know whether she was abducted or murdered. And it took over a month to understand that she was murdered on October 7th and, to go and bury her. And shortly after, since I was a correspondent in Gaza for many years, so I still have contacts in Gaza, so I was worried for 3 families in Gaza whom I'm still in contact with, and they were displaced. And it took me some time to understand that they don't have internet there, and so I have to contact them via SMS and not, text message and not WhatsApp. And to see that they're still alive, and they moved from Jabalia to Dir el-Balach, and from there to Khan Yunis, and to see how they are. And then I was worried for a very dear friend of mine, el-Fahim. So I had like 3 focal points of worries, because you asked about identity, because I feel this is my identity. I mean, this region is a composition of all of this, because I cannot, stand aside and say, well, I'm a privileged Jewish Israeli woman, and I'm safe, and not see what's happening to friends of mine, colleagues, friends, people who we were going on a shared journey together to build something new here. And then I felt very frustrated, because I said, for so many years we've been demonstrating and writing articles and making stories and bringing the voices of the people from the other side of the border, to try to humanize them. And we failed. We failed in such a, the failure is echoing very strongly. And it really is such a frustration to feel that. So it took a while to process this frustration, and and I still follow up on these people, in el-Fahim and Nazareth within Israel and in Gaza, and then Vivian is gone, so you don't have to worry about her anymore. But she's an icon, she's a symbol to all of this. So it was really, really very, very a deep sadness to process and to contain after October 7th. And tells the story of the region in many, many ways, and of peace activism, and for the belief in the ability to build something on an agreement between us and the Palestinians, which completely collapsed on October 7th. And I don't know if we can, rebuild the spirit, and let alone, spread it among our peoples. again. I don't know. I'm really worried about it.
I identify with what you say. No, I'm also a peace-seeking person for so many years, and the feeling was that they took our best people that Saturday, which is a very hard feeling. And now we'll move to Hussein, as an American Muslim, and
I'm an agnostic.
Okay.
I'm from the Muslim community. I participate in the Muslim everything, but I'm not actually a religious person. I'm very much of an agnostic.
And also as an American citizen, I would like to ask you, because the United States, as everybody knows, is very much, here. Present in so many ways. So what do you feel about it? How did you feel on October 7th? And what do you feel about the war raging now with the help of your country?
Yeah, well, I'm certainly an Arab American. And I'm actually from Beirut. I'm Lebanese. And I relocated after I couldn't take the civil war that had raged from 75 to 1980, I relocated permanently to the United States in the fall of 1980. And in the summer of 1982, I thought it was a good time to go back for the first time. And so I was there for a couple of days, and I was there to, greet the Israeli army as it came in 1982, and I experienced all of that. This war, the attack of October 7th, and then the Israeli response in Gaza, had reminded me from the beginning of 1982, at least for me. And I've spoken to other Lebanese, Kim Ghattas, the great journalist, others said the same thing. And I think what we meant by that is that those of us in our age category, especially who were Lebanese or lived in Lebanon, etc., who went through all of that, we felt very decentered in 1982. We felt the ground shifting under us. Like, we didn't know anymore exactly where we stood. The landscape was moving quickly. And I personally felt discombobulated by this situation in a way that I haven't been since 1982, frightened for the consequences and unable to fully comprehend exactly what's going on. It's not that any of the motivations of the different actors are particularly mysterious to me. They're not. But I felt discombobulated and deeply disturbed in a way that I hadn't been since then. So that's the first reaction that I have. The second thing was, I identify so strongly with both sides, because when I read early on about the experiences of your Haaretz colleague, Amir Tibon, who's a guy I know very well. I mean, he used to be in Washington, and I dined with him many times, and I know him. And he had family, in one of the kibbutzim that were attacked, and I felt very strongly for him and his family, because I know what it feels like to feel hunted by armed men. You don't know exactly who they are. You know that if they catch you, they're probably going to kill you. I know what that feels like. Maybe not in the same way, but I know that emotion. And it's terrifying. And so I felt very, very much an empathy with the victims of October 7 in that regard. And then, of course, once the carnage in Gaza began, I felt very strongly for the people of Gaza, because I'm an Arab, and I feel I've been surrounded by Palestinians my whole life, in Lebanon and in the United States. I've worked on this issue for a long time, and I feel very strongly about that as well. So I've felt very strongly with the victims on both sides, and I've been angered by both sides. I mean, one of my reactions on October 7, 8, and 9 was rage, pure, burning, visceral, molten rage at Hamas, because I knew what they were doing. I knew they were engineering a massive human sacrifice of not just of Israelis, but also of Palestinians, because we know what the Israeli response is going to be. The doctrine of disproportionality of the Israeli military predates the state. It goes back to the Jewish militias, certainly into the 40s, and in a way even into the 30s, the mid-30s. This disproportionality is part of a survival strategy, and it's consistent. So we knew the response was going to be horrendous. And everyone who says that the Hamas leaders didn't know is lying to themselves is entering a neurotic defensive crouch, right? But at the same time, Israel is responsible for attacking the entire society in Gaza. And there's no political purpose. I mean, Chuck was talking about the failure to have a political goal. There is one goal here, and it's not to destroy Hamas. What, one out of the main Hamas leaders is dead? Sinwar is fine, Daif is fine. They're doing okay. And even if they die, Hamas is going to be okay. That can't be done. The purpose of this war clearly from the outset has been what Netanyahu and others said from day one: we will avenge October 7th. This is a war of vengeance. And it's been meted out as much at the whole society in Gaza as against Hamas. And that was to be expected. And that's why you have the death toll that you have, and the amount of children killed, etc. And I think really, in a way, honestly, that this is so primal, right? People are behaving on both sides in the most primal manner possible, right? Hamas and the other people who came across from Gaza wanted to kill or capture everyone they could find. And Israeli forces in Gaza have been so ready to shoot anything that moves that they shot hostages who escaped without shirts, waving white flags and shouting help in Hebrew, but they got shot. So there is this sense in which people are just motivated by a bloodlust, and it is, after 100 years of conflict, the lowest point in the conflict. Palestinians delivered the worst blows to Israelis they've ever done. Israel is doing the worst to Palestinians they've ever done. And I just want to point to what Yair Golan, the Minister for the Advancement of Women, said. She said, I rejoice over the ruins of Gaza. I want them to tell their grandchildren what we did to them when they killed the Jews. And this is the same attitude that motivated the Palestinians on October 7th. I want the Jews to tell their grandchildren what we did to them when they drove us out of southern Israel into Gaza. It's this primal, visceral hatred that is so unsettling to me.
I agree. How is the atmosphere in the States regarding the war? The States is very much involved.
It's very split. I mean, right now, thankfully, the Republicans are marginal because they would add a very unpleasant third element, because the Republican Party on the Middle East is driven by evangelical, apocalyptic fanatics who are both pro-Israel and actually pro-Greater Israel, and also anti-Semitic at the same time. But it's the Democrats who are in power, very much. And they are split. The mainstream Democratic Party is still very pro-Israel, but it's very unsettled by the war because the war has been bad for American policy, bad for America in the world, bad for the Arab world. It's unsettled the opening with Saudi Arabia, and they want the war to end as soon as possible, but they're not willing to cut Israel off. It's what Biden is saying now. Israel cannot kill another 30,000 people. It has to be very careful in Rafah. We need to get aid in. This war has got to wind down. We need it politically. We need it diplomatically. We need it strategically. But then there's also a progressive left, which is younger, more left-wing, angry about the war, skeptical about Israel, in a way in which the two older generations, the Biden generation of old liberals who are really pro-Israel, in a very deep way. They have this liberal attachment to Israel. And then the middle-aged people like Blinken and Sullivan and Brett McGurk, who are, they're not absolutely attached to Israel, but they believe in the special relationship as a strategic benefit to the United States. But then there are the younger people, the under 35s or under 40s, especially under 35s, who are skeptical about Israel and really skeptical about the occupation, and have been against the degree of American support for this war from the outset, and they are mad at Biden. In the end, I think they'll come back to Biden. If I have anything to do with it, they will, and so will the Arabs and the Muslims in the United States, because American fascism is not the answer to any of this.
I think he's building on that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Hussein.
But it's a problem.
Yeah, it's a problem. Thank you. So you started our second round in a way because I would like for the second round to use your expertise and knowledge and what all those years that you have studied and everything that you have in your brain. Hussein just started with it, so thank you for that. Let's go with you, Rula. the two-state solution seems old-fashioned or maybe even hyper-modern. I don't know which way to look at it, as like something of the past or maybe a certain future. What do you think could be a solution for the region? Do we need to renew our discourse in a way and talk about new solutions, new visions, or can we rely on whatever has been achieved, which maybe is not a lot, but it's something until today?
Do you want my diplomatic or less diplomatic answer?
Less diplomatic, of course.
Okay. I will do it less diplomatic, but a little bit not too much academic and starting using theories, etc. But before of that, I would like to say something about one component of what Ibish Hussein said. I am afraid that I misunderstand you, but you raised the point about the violence from both sides, and I don't agree with the symmetric way of comparing the violence of Hamas to the violence of the State of Israel. We forgot a very important point here, that we are speaking about a state, very strong state in terms of its military and high-tech and technology and economy, with another, a kind of, not even an army, a militant group in Gaza. And we forget the much more important point that we are speaking about occupier force and occupied people. Even though Israel went away in before 16 years from Gaza Strip, but the Gazan people live since then under siege. And Israel actually controls everything in regards to Gaza Strip, not only in the West Bank. So I cannot forget this point, that we are speaking about occupied and occupier. So regarding the solution, I don't like speaking about solutions, but I do advocate one solution, because I represent also a political organization and movement that has a political vision for the Palestinians and the Israelis from the Jordan to the sea. And we speak about an advanced form of the two-state solution, where our solution is based not on segregation and separation between the two people, but integration and sharing the homeland. And here we come to with a kind of superstructure, political, legal, economic, human rights, superstructure of a union between the two states or a confederation. But we do believe that we still believe on the two-state solution, not because we like the two-state solution. I think the classic two-state solution has a lot of problem. First of all, it was based on racist attitude of separation between the two people. But in reality, we cannot separate the people. We live in the same geopolitical unit, and we live under the same actually regime in different legal statuses as Palestinians and Israelis. And without expanding now my analysis about the deadlocks of the two-state solution, the classic one and the Oslo Accords, which try to implement the two-state solution, we deal in our political vision with all of these deadlocks, like Jerusalem and the settlements and the right of return of the Palestinian people, the status of the Palestinian citizens in the state of Israel, and so on. But before speaking about solutions, okay, and I think solutions are something to leave for both people, but mainly for the politicians to decide about. We need to speak about the principles and the values that we need to agree about before speaking about any kind of solution. And these values and principles, first of all, we need to acknowledge that we have two national groups here living in the same space between the Jordan and the sea. And these two groups claim their belonging to this place as a homeland. and we need to acknowledge the same equal individual and collective rights. In other words, for both people, in other words, the self-determination for both people. The only one group that has implemented and enjoy since more than 7 decades its right of self-determination in a sovereign independent state is the Jewish group. While the Palestinians, they live under continuous negation of their right of self-determination in the form of a sovereign state.
You know, but if we talk about symmetry, in 1947, the UN gave both people, you know, the right for a country. They said, let's do a two-state solution, and one people, you know, chose to declare and found a country, and the other did not. So we have to be honest about that as well.
To be honest, if you would like, we can refer to the history, but I do have my different analyses to the history, and I will start from the Zionist project establishing the homeland for the Jewish people in the land of Palestine and in this region. And later on came the partition plan in 1947. And even though that the partition plan was actually not only not fair and not equal, I do believe that both sides, if we refer to the history of both sides, we can see that both sides actually didn't accept this this plan to separate the land. But leave it. We have later on, during the 75 years and until now, we have a fact on the ground that we have the State of Israel established in 1948, and the State of Israel is continuing with its policies and governments and legal actions on the ground toward the Palestinians, the same pattern of negating the right of the Palestinian people, the equal right of having their own state. And this should be solved. The other point is that we cannot continue live in this situation. You see also that the Palestinian people are not giving up.
Yes.
They continue struggle for their right.
We cannot, this is true, but what is the practical way that we can get out of this situation?
I have a practical way.
Okay, first be short, because we have
first of all,
3 other people.
Israel has no right to continue controlling another group of people.
I agree, but this is a declarative statement.
To end the occupation, the military occupation of the Palestinian people, of the Palestinian land, of the Palestinian territories, and I'm speaking only about the territories that were spoken in the latest peace agreements during the 90s and later on also, during the Olmert administration. To end the occupation, to have a decision that both people are going to negotiate a solution. And we have a political vision with detailed solution which gives both people the same rights and acknowledge also, I mean our solution in Land for All, and acknowledge also the very important basic needs of both people to be attached to this place and to recognize also the suffering and the collective memory and collective history of both Palestinians and Israelis. Nobody is going to leave this place. Not the Palestinians and not the Israeli Jews. Otherwise, the other scenario is the escalation of this situation.
Which we are already in it.
Exactly, and a bloody future for all of us.
Okay, thank you. Chuck.
Well, one of my lifelong ambitions, which I think I am going to be disappointed in, is to conduct one of these discussions without hearing just endless rhetoric and hearing some practical solutions on the Palestinian side. And so I'm going to be very practical. First of all, let me say that I am a lifelong supporter of the two-state solution. I think it is critical for both people, but my primary concern is for the Israeli side. I think it is critical to our future as a predominantly Jewish and democratic state. It is critical to our international standing. It's critical in the end, in the long term, to our security as a state. I have been increasingly concerned in recent years that we passed the point of return and that it was no longer practical for two primary reasons. One is because we may have outsettled ourselves out of the ability to divide the land, and because the Palestinians have outrejected themselves of every possible proposal. And it's not just the 47 partition plan. It starts with the Peel proposal in 1936-37, and 2000 Camp David, and 2000 the Clinton proposals, and 2008 and more. So there's a question whether this is still a viable option or whether we're beating a dead horse. I hope it's not a dead horse. I have been, I must say, quite wondrous since the war broke out how the Biden administration keeps speaking almost from day one about how we almost immediately have to go towards a two-state solution. If the conditions weren't propitious beforehand, they certainly are now. I asked myself, what are they smoking? It must be some pretty good stuff.
They have a vision for the whole region, which is amazing.
Well, the whole thing seems to enjoy a lot of smoke, but all power to them. I'm for it.
Whatever they are having, we want us.
I want a lot of it. So what can we do? Well, first of all, I think we need a leadership change on both sides. Because the current leaderships are not capable of doing it. I am hopeful that this will happen in the near future on the Israeli side. The Palestinian side will have to go through a period of the battle for succession after Abbas and the PA, and we don't know what's going to happen in Gaza with Hamas, and is the unfortunate but possible outcome of this whole battle for succession that Hamas takes over the entire PA. Let me put that aside for the moment, because that totally complicates things. What can we do now that is realistic? I think the most that we can do, and I think the most that the Palestinians can respond to today, and even this is very hard for both sides, is what's called the idea of civil disengagement from the West Bank. In other words, we announce what percentage, it's over 90%, it's depending who you talk to, 94 to, we keep 4 to 10% of the land of the West Bank. The rest, we say this is not going to be part of Israel. The IDF remains deployed for military purposes as it deems necessary, but we begin the process of bringing the settlers back home, and we try to reach what the Palestinians should have had under Oslo, which is real autonomy. That, I think, is the most we can do for the foreseeable future. In the longer term, I would love to get to the two-state solution. I don't know that it can be done. I think that a more realistic thing is actually probably to go back to some old ideas that we cast aside, and that's linking that 90+% of the West Bank that we would withdraw from to Jordan. Jordan, as it is well over 70% Palestinian. Together it would be high 90%.
Sharon's plan.
Actually, it used to be the Labour Party's plan back in the 70s.
Yeah.
And then you have Jordan, which is an established state, an established economy, established military, together with the Palestinian entity, and it can become a confederation, a state. It's up to them to decide what their relationship is. That's probably the long-term solution if many years down the line, because what happened on October 7th pushed the two-state solution off for a very long time, if it didn't kill it completely. Maybe in the long term we can go back to the traditional idea of a two-state solution. But I think this idea of the Palestinian-Jordanian Confederation is far more realistic. And by the way, why does everyone expect of Israel, why is the entire onus for solving the Palestinian problem on Israel? The Arab side helped create it. Why shouldn't Jordan and Egypt help solve it? I'm not saying solve it completely, but help.
No, but I think the
and Jerusalem, we haven't mentioned Jerusalem.
From my perspective, Jerusalem has to be divided.
The whole creation of the Palestinian question is the transformation of the Jewish question from Europe into the Middle East. So I don't blame only the Arab countries.
Yeah. Hussein, you want to say something about Chuck's things before I go to Anat?
Look, I mean, Jordan has done more than anyone else by hosting the largest number by far of Palestinian refugees outside of the greater Israeli state as it's existed since 1967, Israeli occupied territories, and granting almost all of them citizenship. So I think it's very hard to look at Jordan and say they haven't been helpful. I mean, that is a huge hit, and that's probably as far as they're going to go. But anyway, let's go on with the conversation.
Okay. Anat, please.
So I want to talk about the elephant in the room, which is religion.
Oh.
And I think that both societies need to address this, because what happened on October 7th was religion. And I hope I will not forget, I will not regret what I'm going to say now. Looking at Hamas, okay, and I've been in Gaza and covering Gaza as a journalist for many years since Hamas, was established back in '87. The time unit that Hamas refers to is eternity. They say that everything that happens now, at the end, we will prevail. The same concept, the same idea, and the same notion we found. And this is what I'm going to regret, and I'm not comparing in any way, in our Messianic ideological groups, okay? Same thing. The time frame is eternity. You know all these slogans of Am Yisrael lo mefached miderech aruka, Jewish people is not afraid of a long way, etc., etc. At the end, we will prevail. And that means that both sides that have this faith are willing to live on their swords forever. And they understand very, very basic understanding and deep understanding. And this is part of the ideology that this is our faith, to live on our swords. This is the faith. We can do nothing about it. And everything that is put on the table for them as a solution, a temporary solution, long-term, short-term, whatever solution is temporary, because at the end we will prevail. At the end, Islam will prevail. At the end, the Jewish Messianic ideas will prevail. And this is something that me, as you talked about identity, as a secular woman who believe in democratic values and equality and secularism and liberalism, I cannot correspond to that. So we have to address this. And I think we have now a window of opportunity, at least inside the Israeli society, because everything has been exposed now, due to October 7th atrocities, because we are now facing, all the clashes with the ultra-Orthodox communities, and whether they should be drafted to the army or not, join the army or not, and the budget that is allocated for them to sit in yeshivas and study endlessly on our taxpayers' money, etc., etc. So we have to, I think, reopen what we call the status quo between the state and religion and the religious institutions, not the religious community, the religious institutions and leaders.
Yeah.
Because this is, as I see it, this is our problem. This is our main obstacle towards any kind of solution. 2-state, 3-state, one homeland, 2 people, 3 people, whatever. And the same thing, I don't want to tell the Palestinians what to do. I'm not that, patronizing them. But I think the same process has to go, the Palestinian society has to go through the same way. What is the set you talked about, the set of values that we want to establish our lives here in this region? Is it based on equality, liberalism, freedom of speech, freedom of faith, etc., etc., or is it based on religion with all the package that is affiliated with it?
I will add another term, which is sacrifice.
Exactly.
It's also
same thing. You see that the soldiers who were killed in battle, the way they are described as heroes, and they grow from the grave as heroes, because they're holding the God's torch. towards this prevail in eternity, okay? So I think this is something very, very deep in both societies. And the fact that Israel is the only democracy in the world that has not separated the state from religion, this is very, it's embedded into our, the notion of the state. And it makes it very difficult for us to overcome it. And we see in this extreme right-wing government that was elected a year ago, that they gain more and more power. And the whole thing of the settlements is based on that, on these Messianic ideas, that God promised the land to the Jewish people, 5,000 years ago. So this is something that I cannot relate to. In no way. And I prefer to work together with Palestinians who think like me and raise the flag of equality and liberalism and democracy, etc., and secularism, than to be affiliated with these, Messianic ideas. And this is something that I may regret, or people will attack me. But this is how I feel, and I think this is something that is not spoken about when we speak about two-state or three-state or whatever solution we can have. Now, speaking about solution, what I see is like the model of Europe after World War II. It's a kind of a Marshall Plan to rebuild Gaza, to rebuild the whole, to restart the whole region, to rebuild this institution of the Palestinian people, to rebuild the Palestinian society, which has been fragmented intentionally by Israel over the years, and to rebuild the society. And then, when the society is rebuilt, and of course all the houses that were destroyed, etc., then we can speak about a solution. But this is not the time to speak about the solution because we're devastated. Let alone the fact that the Israeli society doesn't see at all what's going on in Gaza. At all, except for Haaretz, that speak about and report about, the atrocities and the devastation and the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. No other media outlet is showing us, and so the Israelis don't understand why the world is so criticizing us and calling for ceasefire, because they don't see the hunger, and they don't see the lack of water and medicine, and the poor children that are walking around the whatever rubbles in Gaza looking for a piece of bread. It's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking, and the Israeli society, not only that they don't see it, they don't care, and some of them think that the Gazan people deserve it because of Hamas. They cannot defer, the innocent and the not involved, what they call not involved people from the Hamas militants, and they don't understand why the world is suddenly against us. And we're becoming, I don't know, the state in the world nobody wants to relate to. And
it's getting closer to Russia.
Exactly.
Thank you. Hussein, you probably identify with the religious part, as you are agnostic, as you said at the beginning.
Do. But I have some good news, which is that the mainstream of the Palestinian movement is not Hamas. The Palestinian movement is led by the PLO, which is actually a secular organization. If you read the PLO charter, you will not find any mention of Islam or Christianity. It is an entirely nationalistic document. And the claims that the PLO has been pursuing at the negotiating table, and before that, in armed struggle, are not religious claims. Now, it's true that Hamas is motivated by a religious sort of millennialist vision, but the core support of Hamas among Palestinians rarely goes above 23, 24% in any opinion poll. Where they get more support is when they yoke their religious ideology to outbidding everyone on armed struggle with Israel, claiming to be the national movement because they are fighting the occupiers for control of Palestinian land. And that's what Hamas wanted. That's why they launched October 7th. Israel, believe it or not, is a secondary issue in the logic of October 7th. The prime directive of Hamas, since it was founded in 1987, has been to take over the Palestinian national movement from secular nationalists led by Fatah and turn Palestinian cause into an Islamist cause, preferably under their leadership, and they have not succeeded in doing that. Anyone who controls the PLO and the non-state observer member mission in non-member observer state mission at the UN and the 130 Palestinian embassies and missions around the world speaks for the Palestinians on the diplomatic stage, at the Arab League, at the UN, everything else. And Hamas does not control that. And until they do, they are a side player. This is all a bid to get control of the national movement and then control over the diplomatic power of the Palestinians, which is the one thing Palestinians have assembled that Israel can't take away from them. Now, I do want to say to Rola, hold on a second. I want to say to Rola, don't misunderstand me. I'm not comparing Hamas with the state of Israel. I understand you switched to a political register, and you're right. There's no comparison, occupier, occupied state, non-state, etc. That's all true. I'm talking about the psychology of killing, the psychology of rage. So I just want to be clear on that. So you had a secondary question for me.
Yeah, we are out of time as always in those panel discussions. I do want to end with something nice, something optimistic, to leave our audience with like a gift that we want to give them. So one sentence, Hussein, one sentence.
Yes. If Israel were to announce that it accepts the goal of Palestinian statehood and create under the auspices of all the friends of Israel, America, the European countries, and the Arab countries with relations with Israel, a set of benchmarks that the PA must meet and a timetable for them to meet them, after which they become a state, then we have a clear pathway from hell to coexistence. There's no problem doing it. It really is not that hard.
This is optimistic. I love that sentence.
Yes,
thank you for that. Rula, one optimistic sentence. Dream, vision, something good.
I think at the end of the day, and as we all maybe agree, nobody is going to go out and to disappear, and we have to find a way to live together here in this place, in an equal matter of life, collective as well as individual, and that this situation of suffering and of repressing the other is not viable. That's what I believe in, and even though we cannot see it now, it will come one day.
So nature will...
Not only nature, because of our history and because learning from other conflicts in the world, conflicts usually end.
Yeah.
And the way how we end and when we end the conflict is in our hands. Both people, but as you said before, I agree with you that we don't have the political leadership, especially in Israel, and I will continue blaming at the first stage Israel, at the political leadership in Israel. And
hey, we said something good, and you said that before, so let's stop with the optimistic notion. Yes, Chad.
Well, first of all, I've always thought that optimism is borderline anti-Semitic, but I will try to be optimistic nonetheless. Look, I just have to say one sentence. We've tried roadmaps or a set of benchmarks.
Never.
That was what the Oslo Accord was all about, and that's what the Bush roadmap was all about. It's failed. So I don't think that's the way to go forward now. The way to go forward is that I think we will have political change in Israel soon. I think, as Anat was saying, there is real soul searching in the country, and we will be open to looking at all sorts of new avenues of going forward that we weren't in the past.
Yes. I hope that we reach the bottom and we can only grow from that. And I think we have a window of opportunity here. And I think this is maybe the last chance for us as, democratic and liberal people or community to make the change and regain these values.
Thank you.
Thank
you for our panelists. Thank you, Hussein. Maybe I'll contribute my optimistic sentence, and which I always tell my kids, it's always seek and search, actively search for the good people, for the good deeds, for the beautiful little things that are hidden in between the darkness, because this is the only way to live, especially in such a crazy region. So I thank you, the audience. I thank you, Rula, Chuck, Anat, and Hussein. Thank you so much, and for optimistic news. Thank you.
The Nazarian Center is dedicated to promoting the study of modern Israel, both at UCLA, in the local community, and now around the world. In terms of teaching, our primary mission is to teach UCLA undergraduate students about Israel. Within the local community, we put on programs, lectures, and talks. What we do fundamentally is Israel education, not Israel advocacy. We're not there to try to convince people to believe a certain thing or to think a certain way. We're just trying to arm people with more information, more knowledge, and a deeper and more nuanced understanding of knowledge.
Hi, Tom. Welcome to Haaretz-UCLA conference. Is that the toughest period that you can recall in Israel from your experience?
Yeah, I would say so, Aluf, from many levels. One is the sheer number of casualties caused by the Hamas attack, the sheer number of casualties caused by the Israeli retaliation, and the fact that it's all happening in a global environment. You know, when the Ukraine war broke out, I said, this is actually World War I. Oh, that thing we called World War I, 1914 to 1918, wasn't really a world war. Half the world was colonized then. Half the world were subsistence farmers. The Ukraine war is the first true world war. Everyone could follow it on a smartphone. People could opine about it. Agricultural impacts were felt almost immediately because Ukraine and Russia were such big fertilizer exporters. So it was felt on food prices. It was a real world war. I argue that Israel-Gaza is actually World War II. This is the second.
In what sense?
In the sense that everyone in the world has an opinion about it, is following it, is affected by it, and it touches classrooms everywhere, at every university. And every war now is almost becoming a war.
When we talk about Israel's global stance, first of all, the relationship with the United States, on one hand, we see unprecedented support, especially military support, diplomatic support, veto at the United Nations, arms shipments flowing into Israel. And at the same time, growing concern and growing criticism from the Biden administration, and much more so from the progressive parts of the Democratic Party. Are we going to diverge? Or in other words, is that both the best and the worst time in Israel-US alliance?
I mean, you could say that even more broadly for Israel, this is a moment of incredible opportunity and great peril. Because on the one hand, before the war started, you had Saudi Arabia reaching out, offering to normalize with Israel on condition Israel make progress with the Palestinians. And at the same time now, we've seen a collapse in support for Israel among a certain demographic and among a certain particular part of the Democratic Party spectrum. And so, look, this is very dangerous. I mean, if I look at the future right now, Aluf, I would say this to you, that Israel's either going to come out of this war with a new relationship with Palestinians in 2024, or we're going back to 1947, 48 with new weapons. So it's either going to be a new relationship in 2024 or back to the founding, war with new weapons, precision weapons. But 2023 is no longer available.
But what could Israel do to affect that? Just, by accepting the Biden idea, the Biden doctrine, the Biden plan for a two-state solution, and adding the normalization with Saudi Arabia and maybe other Arab countries. Just by saying so, when the ruling government in Israel and the Prime Minister Netanyahu opposed that idea strongly, they say that this would be the end of Israel and defeat if the Palestinian state comes out of that war.
Look, I'll be honest. I mean, I think this is the worst government Israel's ever had. I think Bibi Netanyahu will go down as the worst leader in Jewish history, not just in Israeli history. I follow Israeli politics very closely my whole adult life. I know virtually nobody in this Israeli cabinet. I would not let this Israeli cabinet be waiters at my grandson's bar mitzvah. I think this is a group, save for a few people like Golan and others, are truly incompetent. And what makes it so incompetent is that they launched a war to eliminate Hamas after October 7th for very legitimate security reasons, but without any plan for the morning after. And those of us who lived through 9/11 know what happens when you do that. And it wouldn't take much, but if Israel did have a plan to partner with the Palestinian Authority to work toward the long-term goal of two nation states for two people, it would solve three problems. Right now, Israel's losing on the narrative front. It has no narrative about how the war should end. It's losing on the Gaza front. It has no plan for security in Gaza once Hamas is smashed, and we've seen that now in the food rioting. And it has no ability to generate the regional allies it needs to deal with the Iranian octopus that is squeezing Israel through its proxies of Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, and Islamic militias in Iraq. If Israel had a plan to work with the Palestinian Authority or transform Palestinian Authority toward two states for two nations, it would change the narrative, it would change the Gaza options, and it would vastly create cement a regional alliance so Israel's Arab allies and America's Arab allies could work together against Iran. Without that, Israel's just naked on all three fronts.
But what we see is the opposite. We see members of the cabinet and members of the coalition calling for the depopulation of Gaza from Palestinians, expelling them to the Sinai or to Europe or to elsewhere, and just building Jewish villages and towns in all those places that were demolished during the war in Gaza.
All I can say, is that that's madness. It's not something that, let's forget Europe, the Middle East, the Muslim world and how it would react. That would produce a ferocious counter-reaction from the U.S. Congress, and I would say from Democrats and Republicans. It's a fantastic, absurd, and insane notion, but it reflects something. And because when I see it and I think about it, that you do have a generation and you have a segment of Israel that I think has been living in a bubble, an ideological bubble, a religious nationalist bubble, and it's now in charge. And so the instincts that you and I might have, or just a sort of a moderate friend of Israel, I don't think they're in this group. I think they're all talking to themselves. And the fact that they are now in such an important leadership position makes me really worried for Israel's future.
Did you ever, even in your worst dream, thought that Israel would stand accused at the International Court of Justice of genocide?
I find that horrific. I think it's wrong. I don't think this is genocide. I do think it's a terrible war in which too many civilians were killed, but I don't believe it was deliberate. But it's a reflection of both where the left is globally right now, but also a reflection of the way Israel has launched a war without any political vision, and therefore leaving itself exposed to people who are truly hostile, ill-intentioned, but Israel's just served itself up on a golden platter.
Could the war affect the American presidential election?
Yechol liot. I mean, I doubt it, but it could. Obviously, it would come down to a state like Michigan, and if Muslim and Arab American voters in Michigan carry through with their threat to stay home or vote for Trump or either one, it could, in a close election, make a difference. I hope they don't do that. I hope they reflect on who Donald Trump is and what that would mean for Arab and Muslim Americans if he becomes president again. But there's definitely, in the left wing of the Democratic Party, just a great deal of questioning and hostility, even to Israel right now. And Israel has just made it too easy for people there not to, this Israeli government, not to take seriously the threat of Hamas and Israel's predicament. But it's when you launch a war with no vision for the morning after, let alone the very simple vision of let's work toward two states for two nations, for two indigenous people, you leave yourself open to this. And I worry terribly. It's a friend of mine was joking to me the other day, if there were another Israel, I'd go live there. But there isn't. So this is the Jewish state that the Jewish people have, and it needs more responsible leadership, not a leader who is focused, it seems to me, entirely on his own political survival.
But there is a streak in the Israeli right wing that believes that, if Donald Trump returns to the White House, then Israel would be off the hook, and we just get a carte blanche to do whatever it wants vis-a-vis the Palestinians and elsewhere. And all that government has to do is to wait out until the American election and then get a free hand.
Anyone who is betting on Donald Trump to do anything you expect him to do is a damn fool.
Do you fear that Israeli democracy would be or could be just another victim of that war? Following the judicial coup that Netanyahu was trying to promote before the war, and that some of his underlings are still promoting under the shadow and fog of the war, could Israeli democracy be a casualty here?
Well, let me start from 30,000 feet, Aluf. I really just write about three things these days: Trump, Ukraine, and Israel. Because I believe if Netanyahu survives this war, if Ukraine loses to Putin, and if Trump is reelected, the world I want to leave for my new grandchildren is just not going to be here. And so these are very, very important stories, as far as I'm concerned. As you know, because we've talked, I was singularly focused on fighting against the judicial coup that Netanyahu was mounting in the months before this war. But as you also may recall, the morning after the election that brought Bibi Netanyahu to power back in November of 2022, I wrote a column, the lead of which was "The Israel You Knew Is Over." And that was because I actually knew these people. I covered Kahana when I was the New York Times correspondent back in the 80s in Israel. And I tried to explain to my American Jewish friends, you didn't go to Camp Ramah with these people. They were not in the cabin in the Catskills next to you. You've never met these people. They just walked right out of the Second Temple. And if you don't take them seriously and understand that Israel, its fate, future, and character as a democracy and as a moderate Jewish state that can appeal to a broad spectrum of American and world Jewry, if you don't think that's up for grabs, you're not paying attention at all. And so I made that a huge focus of my column writing, and I'm proud to say that I got helped get President Biden to make two statements in opposition to the judicial reform, judicial coup that Netanyahu was promoting. So, which he did in my column, and I that fight is not over. These people are, Israel is to wider trends in politics what off-Broadway is to Broadway. And just as you have a trend within the Republican Party today that really believes that authoritarian government is the best thing for America right now, you have the exact same trend in Israel in miniature. And that's who these people are. And the only thing that can save Israel, the only thing that can save America, is if people turn out and vote these people out with the singular focus that isn't about taxes, it isn't about education policy, it isn't even about as an important issue as abortion. There's a deeper, broader issue. This is about the fate and future of democracy in Israel and in the United States. That's where we're at.
And how do you see the implications of the war on the Jews in the diaspora and in the United States in particular? I just read Franklin Foer's piece in The Atlantic about the end of the golden age of for Jews in America. Do you feel that?
I'm very concerned. I think Frank made a very compelling point that we live in an age where both the far right and the far left are hostile to Israel. But I don't think it's irreparable. If there were a different Israeli government, a national unity government of the center left and center right, I think all of that is reversible with just one move, agreeing to engage in dialogue with Palestinians over a process to develop two nation states for two people. I think it's fixable, but I think if we don't go there, there will just be a steady erosion of the next generation coming up. I mean, I'm of a generation, I've had a huge amount of experience with Israel over many years. I've known a very different Israel before Benjamin Netanyahu. But there are a lot of 20-year-olds in America right now who the only Israel they know is the Israel of Bibi Netanyahu, an Israel of settlements, of impugning any hope for a Palestinian state. And that's not to any way excuse Palestinians for the huge missed opportunities that they've let go, for the very poor leadership and terrible decisions they've made. But it is a fact that there's a whole cottage industry now, Lou, for people writing a two-state solution's a fantasy. It's a fantasy, never going to happen. What are you talking about? To which I say, oh, thank you for explaining that to me. I thought it was easy. Here I just thought it was easy. Oh, thank you. I don't know how many trees have been cut down for these articles about a two-state solution is impossible. To which I have a very simple question in Hebrew. Asma. Asma, okay? So, I happen to think it's super difficult, but I happen to think the alternatives are all much, much worse, and that I have actually a lot of confidence in the Israeli people after this is over, that they will take in what has happened, and with the right leadership on the Israeli side and the Palestinian side and American side, I think a different discussion is possible.
Thanks, Tom, for a very candid appreciation of the situation in Israel and the region and the world. And on that half-optimistic note about the opportunity that still might come out of this mess, I'd like to thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Great for having me. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Welcome to this panel on the impact of October the 7th on Israel's international relations. I want to, first of all, introduce our panelists. First of all, Yair Golan, who was mayor of Haaretz-UCLA and elected to the Knesset in 2013 for the Yesh Atid party. You served as Minister of Health, and then you were appointed as the Ambassador of Israel to France, but resigned in December 2022 in protest against what you called the extremism of Netanyahu's new far-right coalition and its anti-democratic legislative program. You actually said at that point, I cannot lie to myself and continue representing a policy that is so radically different from everything that I believe in. Absolutely. You then became a familiar speaker at protests against the government's judicial coup. Nimrod Goren is the president and founder of Mitvim, the Israeli Institute for Regional Foreign Policies, a foreign policy think tank aiming to improve Israel's foreign policy and regional integration and to advance Israeli-Palestinian peace. Ahmed Maher is senior political editor at Al Majalla, a Saudi-owned print and online magazine based in London, part of the Middle East's largest publishing groups. He was formerly a reporter at Al Jazeera English, The National and the BBC. He often reports from Israel and the Palestinian territories. A couple of months ago, Ahmed was in the Knesset to interview opposition leader Yair Lapid, who told him that the two-state solution is not, in fact, dead. Alon Pinkas is a senior columnist for Haaretz. He served as chief of staff to two of Israel's ministers of foreign affairs. He was a foreign policy advisor for Ehud Barak and political advisor to Shimon Peres, and served as Consul General of Israel in New York. Now, we'll get on to our main subject. There has been a roller coaster in Israel's international relations since October the 7th. There were already tensions between Israel and liberal democracies in the West since Netanyahu and his far-right coalition was established. But in the West, especially amongst Israel's partners and allies, there was a wave of solidarity after the Hamas atrocities of October the 7th. President Biden's bear hug began with an unprecedented wartime visit just 11 days after the attack, and European allies followed suit. Israel's Arab allies have kept their criticisms on a relatively low boil. But as the scale of Israel's military response escalated, along with the death toll of Palestinians in Gaza, and now the very real fear of famine, the tide seems to be turning. That's most clearly expressed by how explicit Biden's critique now is, saying that Netanyahu is hurting Israel's interests more than helping them, and referencing potential red lines in the US-Israel relationship. To start off, I wanted to ask a quick fire round of all of you panelists, so to be as concise as you possibly can be. From where you stand, how deep is the crisis in Israel's international relations and international standing right now? Yael, would you like to start?
I know, thank you. Well, I would like to start by saying that after the 7th of October, which is marked on my skin and in my heart, we moved, every one of us moved maybe a little bit to the right. I'm not so sure that that's to the right, then rather we tend to be more patriotic. All the Israelis are very patriotic. We are very worried of what is going to happen in Israel. We are very worried of the war and of the kidnapped. And that's a change that happened in our society.
And what about in terms of international Israel's relationship with countries around the world? Is it in crisis right now?
Absolutely, it is in crisis. Not that it wasn't in crisis a long time ago. You know, the first thing that I heard, the first meeting that I had in Paris with a diplomat, I heard the two-state solution and nothing else. Only two-state solution, and there is no as an answer. There is no as an answer. So I don't think that the distribution between us and the other world and the Western world has changed. Only now it is more specific.
Okay, Alon, how deep is the crisis right now?
As the apex point of a process that leads Israel, that led and leads Israel to isolation. It is bordering on a pariah state in most of the world outside the United States of America. But in one sentence, it is reversible. It is not an immutable law of political nature. But in order for that to change and be reversed, there needs to be a radical political change inside Israel.
Nimrod?
All right.
Let me ask you, how deep is the crisis that Israel finds itself now in its international relations?
There is an upside and a downside. The upside is that even now, several months after the beginning of the war and the Hamas attack on October 7th, Israel's allies in the international community still support the basic war objectives that Israel spelled out. That regional cooperation or ties at least continue without being cut. But significantly are the downsides, which are evolving and becoming more significant. The way that Israel is being distanced by different actors in the international community, initially public opinion, but gradually, as we saw with Biden, by friendly leaders. And that reflects a change, a decrease in Israel's standing, its power, its branding, its ability to lead diplomatic processes. I agree with Alon, this is reversible, it's pending political change in Israel, not necessarily a radical one perhaps. As we saw when Bennett came into office, It's sometimes enough to have a change in the prime minister position. It's very much seen as a personalized thing with Netanyahu in the international community. So a new prime minister will be able, I think, to fix some of the major issues that Israel is currently facing in the international arena.
And Ahmed, from where you stand, how deep is the crisis in Israel's international standing?
I think the criticism nowadays is coming as well from close allies to Israel, including, in particular, the United States and the United Kingdom. If we remember a few days ago, President Joe Biden said that Israel's conduct of the war is over the top. So this is very embarrassing and maybe alarming for Israel's standing in the eyes of the international community, and not just from in the eyes of those who are against Israel, but also from chief allies. In a nutshell, I mean, now also the worsening humanitarian crisis in Gaza Strip makes things worse for Israel. I mean, the more death toll climbs in Gaza, the more embarrassing and alarming the situation is for Israel in general.
Right, okay, we're going to dive now into the concentric circles of foreign relations emanating from Israel, if we can talk about it like this. We're going to start with the wider Middle East, then we're going to move to Europe, and then to the US. So, Nimrod, if you could give an idea of the spectrum of official Middle East responses to October the 7th and to the ongoing war in Gaza.
Generally speaking, we see a continuation of trends that began when the current coalition led by Netanyahu and including his far-right partners began to shape. So after the coalition was formed, there was a slowdown of relations with Israel's neighbors in the Arab world. There were less meetings between officials. There were less engagement in unilateral and multilateral regional mechanisms. There was a lot of threats coming towards Israel on possible provocations in statements, in actions and policies done especially by the far-right ministers. There was a lot of pushback against settlers' violence and their consequences. So a lot of that is kind of intensified and continued after October 7th. But still, the relation between Israel and the Arab world is proving to be resilient. The interest for the ties are still there. While every Arab country has been responding in a different manner, the very nature of the relationship kind of sticked. And it's worth taking a bit of a look at how the different countries responded. And we can look at the immediate neighbors with which Israel had peace treaties with, Egypt and Jordan. We can look at the Abraham Accord countries. And of course, we can look at countries that still do not have the ties with Israel. So Egypt and Jordan, in a nutshell, were very concerned. They were posing red lines, especially on the possible flow of refugees from Gaza, maybe from the West Bank, into their territories. The language used against it was very fierce, including threats of actual war, which we didn't hear for decades with those countries. But then again, the practical cooperation, whether on a bilateral level on natural gas and water, whether coordination on key issues relating to the war, hostage negotiation, pause, humanitarian aid, all of that enabled to continue despite the tensions. With the Gulf countries, we need to put attention on the UAE, which was actually the only Arab country that engaged officially with the Israeli leaders after October 7th. Initially, it was a phone call with President Herzog, just as the Hamas attack happened, and then later it hosted President Herzog at the COP climate change summit in their territory. So there was a continuation in that. There was a commitment to continue normalization, but there was also statements about the warm peace may turn into a cold one, and regional stability that was so important for the Emiratis when going to the Abraham Accords was now put in jeopardy. Other countries like Morocco kept a lower profile. Bahrain even went forward and condemned Hamas. I think it was the only Arab country that clearly had a condemnation, a public condemnation of Hamas. This is the thing Israelis wanted to hear more from Arab countries with which we have good relationship. And it's also happening in different countries, like in Lebanon, where all of a sudden you see voices that are speaking about possible peace with Israel after a war, about opposition to escalation by Hezbollah on the border. regional mechanism, regional network like the Negev Forum, like other prosperity projects with Jordan and the UAE in Israel on electricity and water, those were put on hold, but some of them did not convene also before the war because of the coalition position. So
can we just go on? I just wanted to add, you know, if you can add one sentence also about Turkey and their Erdogan's reiterated bear hug for Hamas.
Yeah, and remember the good meeting that Netanyahu and Erdogan had just in September on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly, where they committed to mutual visits by the heads of state. That meeting is gone. You know, what we saw with Turkey is a total reversal of the tide. Very harsh statements coming from Erdogan, a lot of responses, rhetorical responses coming from Israel back, cutting some of the cooperation that did take place. But generally speaking, this is a pattern that unfortunately we saw in the past and is coming back. We need also to acknowledge the difference between what is being said in public and what is being said in closed rooms, especially with some of the Arab countries. When we engage with people from those countries, we hear different messaging than what are being voiced publicly. Generally, relations are resilient. Israel currently doesn't have diplomats in the capitals of those Arab countries. It evacuated the embassy because of security concerns. I think those diplomats should come back to their offices to try and help and manage these relationships as most as possible during these days of tension.
Okay. Ahmed, you wrote in Al-Majalla, from my first-hand reporting in Israel, I've gotten the sense that the Israeli public actually is not aware of real Arab concerns. Now, there is obviously a problem in assessing public opinion accurately in states that are not entirely democratic, but I think we can still do better than just count how many Palestinian flags there are on the streets of Sana'a. Can you give some idea of where public sentiment is in the Arab world right now? And who are the main influences, or what is the main influence on their opinion, and how are they getting their information? And how wide, if I can add one more question, sorry, how wide is the gap between grassroots opinion and state policy?
The gap is huge. And I will start with Egypt, which is the most populous country in the Arab world, and it's a very heavyweight country, of course, and it's an immediate neighbor to the Gaza Strip and Israel. So if we start with Egypt, for an example, there is a huge gulf between the state policy and the public sentiment, but you can't gauge the public sentiments at the moment because simply the protests and the demonstrations are banned in Egypt, except for scattered protests every now and then. In the very beginning, after the Hamas attacks and the Israeli response, or the declaration of war by Israel in response to the Hamas attacks, in Egypt, there was some protests, but after these protests, the demonstrations were banned. So you can't gauge, you can't tell the public sentiments from the streets, but you can gauge the sentiments and the reaction on social media, like Twitter, like Facebook, which is very popular in Egypt, and TikTok. The thing is, what I get from these reactions on social media from Egyptians from all walks of life and perhaps different age groups, that what is really annoying and irritating for most of them is the daily images coming from Gaza, the killing of children, women, men, civilians. Not Hamas, and this is very important to make. I couldn't get a general view, to my way of thinking, that Hamas is that popular. So they are not angry because of Hamas. They are angry because of the worsening humanitarian situation in the Gaza Strip.
Right. Now, just want to ask another question to both you and to Nimrod. There was a rising tide of interest in normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia before October the 7th. Immediately afterwards, it seemed like that was a dream for another generation. But the noise is coming back again now in the framework of a possible way to rehabilitate Gaza after the war, that there would be some element of Israeli-Saudi normalization along with Saudi funding for Gaza's rebuilding. How far is this normalization talk realistic? And for the Saudis, how far is Israel the problem or Netanyahu? Nimrod, do you want to just answer first?
Thank you. Yes, there was a lot of progress on Israel-Saudi relations before the war, and it was a continuation of almost a decade of gradual opening by the Saudis towards Israel as part of a new vision for the kingdom. I think it was 10 years ago exactly in an Haaretz peace conference at the time of the previous round of war in Gaza, in which there was maybe the first public engagement with a Saudi figure with the Israeli public. And since then we saw many of those things happening time and time again. Currently there is a component of what the Saudis will get from the American side for normalization, and there is a component of what they will get on the Palestinian issue from Israel. And before the American election, seemingly there is an interest to explore what the Biden administration can give the Saudis in terms of the defense pact that has been discussed. And that leads to some ambiguity on the Saudi position on what are the actual conditions from Israel for a normalization. Because in the past, we remember the Arab Peace Initiative, there was a clear linkage between the establishment of a Palestinian state as a condition for normalization. And recently we saw that linkage kind of become blurred with all kind of confusing messaging on whether it's a pathway to a state or irreversible steps, or maybe only recognition by external powers of a Palestinian state and not an issue that Israel should do. So I think for the Israeli peace camp that used to play the Saudi normalization card as a major incentive to move forward for peace with the Palestinians, now it's unclear exactly what the Saudi position is and how much the Saudi Palestinian issue is a real condition and merely not a kind of face-saving or symbolic necessity to legitimize a normalization process that will serve other Saudi interests.
So Maher, can you give, Ahmed, can you give me some, give us some idea about how live this talk about normalization really is now in Saudi Arabia?
Well, I mean, the main metric here, Esther, is the official statements from the Saudi officials, which is, it's all depending on to recognize Israel and to normalize ties with Israel. It's all depending on the recognition of an independent Palestinian state based on the 1967 borders, the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, with East Jerusalem as its capital. This is the official stance, and this is the Saudi, the main, if not the only Saudi metric, to be honest.
And so the war in Gaza hasn't really shifted things one way or another. It's the interest is still the same if those conditions are met.
I mean, yes. I mean, if these conditions are met, the window for normalization is open, according to the Saudi officials, chiefly the Saudi foreign minister. But let's be clear about something very important when it comes, and to my way of thinking, when it comes to the Abraham Accords. between Israel, the United Arab Emirates, Morocco, Sudan, and Bahrain. These accords were not conditional. I mean, there were no conditions from the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Sudan, Morocco to normalize ties with Israel. It was a major foreign policy achievement by the Trump administration at the time and Jared Kushner. So the thing is, what I want to say, these countries had demands and had their own, I would say demands, not conditions, from the United States and not from Israel. So they were kind of keen on their ties with the United States, more than just normalizing ties with Israel. For instance, Morocco wanted to secure the Western Sahara problem. Sudan wanted to be crossed off the state sponsor of terrorism, the list drawn by the United States. And the United Arab Emirates, as far as I remember, asked for F-35 fighters, jet fighters. But when it comes to Saudi Arabia, I mean, there is one clear condition, which to recognize Israel and to normalize ties with Israel is the recognition of an independent Palestinian state.
Okay, thank you. Right, we're going to move to you, Yael, because we're going to move to Europe. Can you give an overview of where Europe now stands in terms of its relations with Israel?
Yes, absolutely. But with your permission, I would like to remark something about the Abraham Accord.
Okay.
You're asking about the Abraham Accord, and they are really one of the most important moves that was diplomatic moves at the last years. And I do believe that the future and whether they will exist and will flourish or will disappear depends on the end of this war. If we'll end this war as winners, then there will be no problem to go on with another states, with Arab Saudi, with Kuwait, with many other countries, because the Arab countries are looking at what we are doing, and they know that the end of this war and the way that we are going to end this war is very crucial to their future. So I do believe that there is a great hope that we'll have other accords, other Abraham Accords, but it depends on the end of this war. This is about Abraham Accord. Now about what happens in Europe. President Macron said fewer times that the anti-Zionism hides under the anti-Semitism. Le anti-Zionisme se cache derrière le anti-Semitisme. And he's so right. And that's what we are saying now in Europe. The anti-Semitism is rising up, and you hardly can differentiate between the anti-Semitism and the anti-Zionism. It is mixed together. So when you are looking at Europe, you understand that we have a lot to do on the matter of explanation and talking and explain really what happened. I really feel, I couldn't hear very well, but I heard Ahmed, that he said that we don't understand what is happening in the Arab world. I'm sure that he's absolutely right. But I can say that we feel that nobody in the world, especially the Arab world, but not only, really understand what is happening with us, what a terrible trauma we have passed at the 7th of October, and how we are hurt and sad and mourning, and how it inflicted on our opinion and our willing to go on and have peace talks.
Now,
I totally agree.
Sorry, go on.
I totally agree. Yes, I totally agree. Also, I mean, it's not just one way. It's two-way process. The Arabs do not understand the trauma of the Israelis and what happened of the horrible attacks on October the 7th. And the Israelis do not understand the public sentiments in the Arab world, not just after October the 7th, but even October the 6th, before October the 7th. So it's a two-way process and two traumas, actually.
I do agree, and that's why we have to talk.
That's what we're here for.
Yes.
In the last few years, Netanyahu has consistently invested time and effort in cultivating ties with the hard right in Europe. Do you think that has borne any diplomatic fruit since October the 7th? Is there any way of differentiating European responses to October the 7th and the Gaza war, depending on where Netanyahu has spent his diplomatic efforts?
Absolutely, yes, but not only this. I find Netanyahu to be absolutely guilty of what happened at the 7th of October. He nourished the Hamas. He gave them money. He thought that by supporting the Hamas, he will undermine the Fatah and the Palestinians. And that was one of his biggest mistakes. And the conception that we are talking about is from his way of thinking and from his school. It's the school of Netanyahu. And I find him to be guilty of all that happened at the 7th October and since 7 October. And in my opinion, he should get out and should resign.
Okay, well, that's straight and clear. Alon, you wrote recently that Netanyahu had managed to break the unbreakable alliance with the United States. Is the rising tone between Israel and the US about the conduct of the war in Gaza caused by what some people have called Israel's ingratitude towards its most essential ally? Or did Biden actually give Netanyahu too much support too quickly?
I don't think that even Joe Biden thought that Netanyahu was capable of such levels of ingratitude, incompetence, and total derision and dismissal of the importance of relations between the states, because everything he's been doing since 6:29 a.m. on Saturday, October 7th, is about his political survival. Everything else be damned. I don't think there was too much support. I think that the president did condition some of the support. But Mr. Netanyahu took it for granted and ignored a lot of America's requests. So in that respect, Mr. Netanyahu did break the so-called unbreakable alliance. But one more sentence. This hasn't begun on October 7th. Far from it. Mr. Netanyahu's meddling in American politics goes back 15 years, perhaps more, to his first term from 96 to 99. But to keep it contemporary and current, for the year preceding October 7th, he was a persona non grata in Washington because of his constitutional coup d'etat. He was not invited. He was not taken seriously. Now, after October 7th, many people, not Joe Biden yet, but many people are beginning to ask a legitimate question. What exactly is Israel's strategic value to the US? Is it really just about Netanyahu, or is it something more structural? Can it be reversed if there's a new prime minister, whether his name is X, Y, or Z? Or conversely, is it something much deeper than that there are demographic changes and political changes in both countries that sort of encroach on the so-called unbreakable?
Now, some people have also said that not only has the war exposed ingratitude, if you want to call it that way, or strategic confusion on Israel's part, but has also exposed some degree of US weakness as well because of its inability to really leverage its influence over Israel, but also in general. So what is your take on that, and what could it mean in terms of any future confrontation with Iran?
That's a very big question. Strategically, it's the most important question that Israel will be facing, and here's why, and I'll try to keep it concise. The U.S., until October 6th, the U.S. was in the process of disengagement from the Middle East. For a variety of reasons, I'll just name 4 of them in bullet points. The disintegration of the Soviet Union, energy independence, which means that the U.S. no longer relies on Arab oil, fatigue and disillusionment with long wars, forever wars, as Biden called it, in Afghanistan and Iraq. And 4th, and most importantly, a reprioritization of American grand strategy towards the Indo-Pacific and China. Enter October 7th, and the U.S. was sort of pulled back into this quagmire. But the reasons, the fundamental reasons that caused America to disengage from the Middle East, Esther, remain the same even though October 7th happened, which means that many Americans in the foreign policy establishment see a divergence of interests between Israel and the U.S. You can recall how Mr. Netanyahu was against the nuclear deal with Iran, how he tried to undermine American policy. The vice president at the time was Joe Biden. You also recall how he tried to persuade, with some success, Mr. Trump to unilaterally withdraw from that agreement in May of 2018. So under Mr. Netanyahu's watch, Iran has gained an unprecedented amount of enriched uranium, the most advanced centrifuges it ever had, and many of its military nuclear installations are beyond reproach right now, according to the CIA, not according to yours truly. So yeah, if this goes back to the beginning, to the very beginning of the Obama administration, when Mr. Netanyahu came to see newly elected President Obama, they were both newly elected at the time. In early 2009, Obama said to him, freeze the settlement building so we can together deal with the Iranian issue. Netanyahu did neither. He did not freeze. He did freeze for a few months. But then when Mr. Biden came to visit as vice president in October 2010, famously announced that they are being expanded yet again. And then, as he always does on brand, accused some mid-level guy from the Ministry of the Interior for putting on the tendons. So what in conclusion, what we're seeing since October 7th is a level of distrust and credibility gap that Mr. Netanyahu, credibility deficit that Mr. Netanyahu has in Washington, to the point that if these two gentlemen continue on dealing with the issue of Iran, I fail to see where they can agree.
Well, that's a jolly prediction.
I have better.
I'm sure you do, but we're about to, if we're going to head into predictive territory, we're about to go into the heart of the 2024 presidential elections. So how much time is there actually left for the US to leverage its influence in terms of how it wants the Gaza war to end and what's going to happen afterwards? And what do you think will be the front lines in the policy battles between Biden and Trump on Israel?
Well, I'll make this as quick as possible. I'd like to think that we will have an election in Israel before an American presidential election, i.e. before November, way before November 2024.
When? When is it possible?
I'll tell you after.
Okay.
I can't tell you now because people will go to Las Vegas and start making bets.
I'm thrilled.
But before November, anywhere between June and September, but just a rough guess. But per your question, Biden has about 2 or 3 months in order to salvage the acrimony that was built not just amongst Palestinian or Arab Americans in Dearborn, Michigan, that everyone rolls off their tongue, but he has a problem because of Gaza with the African American community, and he has a much broader problem with younger voters aged 18 to 40 who happen not to be necessarily African American or not to be of Palestinian or any other Arab origin. So he has no more than 2, maybe 3 months. Then we go deep into campaigning, and I don't think that's going to take too much of his time.
I noticed that Trump recently reiterated his claim that if he'd been president, then October the 7th wouldn't have happened, and just as Russia wouldn't have invaded Ukraine.
Nor would Pearl Harbor happen, nor would Nazi Germany. Sure.
But what kind of policy debate would there be between Biden and Trump on Israel?
I can't believe there's going to be a debate because Joe Biden is so much more experienced than Trump is. And there's nothing that Trump could attack Biden on in terms of his pro-Israel bona fides and his unlimited, some would say imbalanced, support of Israel. So it would be, if in the next month or so, Esther, the U.S. sort of exerts enough pressure that forces a ceasefire, then in a presidential debate somewhere in September or October, Mr. Trump could reiterate Mr. Netanyahu's whining that I was this close to winning, but he made me stop. That is the only thing I could see happening.
Okay, now I've got a final round for all of you, and it's a two-headed question. The first is, how bad could it still get for Israel's international relations if you have the whole span between potentially pressure on arms sales to Israel all the way to individual criminal cases at the ICC, or as Alon jumped the shark earlier to say, global pariah status? So the first question is, how bad could it get? And the second question is, what will Israel's post-war relations with the world look like? Which has some potential for a slightly more positive answer, if you so desire. Nimrod, do you want to jump in first? So how bad could it get? And what could Israel's post-war relations look like?
Yes, but with your permission, I will talk about how good can it get, because I think that's our responsibility now of those aspiring for peace, for democracy, for liberal values, to try and chart a positive path forward in these bleak days. And I think what was noted by Alon about the possibility of elections in Israel is a very important thing, because one of the positive aspects that we see is an understanding within the Israeli society that the current leadership has failed and does not deliver, and there is a yearning in the Israeli public from left to right, almost across the board, for a new prime minister. Again, not necessarily a pro-peace prime minister, but someone who will be more moderate. And I think that leadership change, whenever it's happening, will kind of change the tide in terms of the Israeli position in the international arena, especially when it's coupled with what we see as more effective international engagement on the Israeli-Palestinian issue, international efforts to put a diplomatic horizon for a two-state solution, international efforts for a new mechanism or new groupings that will engage with promoting peace, incentives for peace that are now pushed forward by the EU's Peace Day effort with Saudi involvement and others, and an understanding that you need to link regional cooperation between Israel and its neighbors and Israeli-Palestinian affairs. That wasn't linked before, and hopefully also with a reviving of Israeli-Palestinian interaction between civil societies. So if all of that falls into place, I think we are headed for a better reality, and this crisis, which is a very deep one, can eventually turn into a game changer for a more positive future for Israel, for the Palestinians, and for the region.
Yael, what is your prediction for how Israel's post-war relations with the world, how will they look?
Well, I would like to repeat what I've just said about the Arab world. I think that the Arab world, US and the EU needs Israel to win. They all, just as they need the Hamas to be distinguished, not to be able to harm anymore neither us nor the world. And if we'll be able to do it, then there is a light, there is a ray of hope in the future, which I believe that will be better than today. But if they won't let us do what we have to do in order to win, then there will be a disaster for us and for the world.
Ahmed, what's your take on how Israel's post-war relations with the world will look like?
I think it depends on, as far as the Arab world is concerned, it depends on the political aims and goals of Israel. The incumbent government, I'm not talking about the war cabinet, I'm talking about the coalition led by Netanyahu and far-right leaders like Smotrich and Ben Gvir. It seems to me that they want to prevent a Palestinian state. And Netanyahu himself said that, I remember, a few weeks ago, he said that he was the only, and I quote, the only one who was capable of preventing a Palestinian state. So it depends on the political. I always analyze the scene from a political perspective, of course, from an economic perspective as well, but politics says it all at the end of the day. So let's wait and remain and see whether if Israel has, and I totally agree, it might have an early elections, and Israel has a new government, a new leadership who believes in a two-state solution, a Palestinian state alongside Israel. It might change the whole narrative in the Arab world.
Thank you. So, Alon, you get the final word.
I'll say
you can either go for both how bad could it get or how good could it look, or whichever combination you prefer.
Okay, first of all, I don't know how the war is going to end.
Or when.
Per Yael's remark before about winning, losing, or stalemate. It's very simple. It's a very simple equation. Relations with the world would be and can be and should be significantly improved if Netanyahu is not the prime minister, and will exponentially get worse if he is.
Thank you for that. Very concise. Well, thank you for all of our panelists, and thank you for watching.
I'm sitting here with my colleague Amir T-Bone, Haaretz's diplomatic correspondent. Hi, Amir.
Hi, Maya.
And retired Major General Noam T-Bone, his father. Amir and Noam have probably told their October 7th story hundreds of times since that Saturday morning when Amir, his wife, and two young daughters locked themselves in their safe room in their home in Kibbutz Nahal Oz as Hamas terrorists went from house to house in the kibbutz. While the T-Bones' story is unique, Amir had the fortune of being rescued by his father and the brave soldiers who joined him on his mission. They were both among the first to say, although there were many heroes on October 7th, Israel as a country failed us. So, I want to start with you, Noam. Did you realize that right away when you got the call from Amir, made your way south? Did you feel how bad the country has failed us, or did it settle in?
I got the first text from Amir when I finished my swimming in the Mediterranean Sea here in Tel Aviv. And basically it said, that there are terrorists in the neighborhood in Nahal Oz. And then basically I tried to call, the chief of staff, the southern commander, and others whom I know from my military background. And 10 minutes later, when I was home changing, I got a gut feeling that I need to go there. Usually, as a military general, I always trusted the IDF to solve any problem. And on that day, I got a gut feeling who basically said, you have to go there. I cannot explain it. But I'm glad that I listened to my heart and went to the south, because basically on that day, the Hamas occupy most of the Gaza envelope. And the military failed to protect our kibbutzim, moshavim, ofakim, Sderot, and this was the mission of my life.
Amir, did you realize that?
Kibbutz Nahal Oz, the community that I'm a part of, is the closest community in Israel to Gaza. And for 70 years, it has sat directly on the border. And throughout the decades, there were always security challenges. The first mortar was launched at the kibbutz in the 1950s, and there were ambushes in the fields of the kibbutz and landmines, and later there was the first intifada and the second intifada. The first Qassam rocket was fired at the kibbutz in 2001. But one thing never ever happened before. In 70 years of history, a terrorist had never stepped foot inside kibbutz Nahal Oz. And I think something that both my father, from his perspective, and our little family, from our situation where we had terrorists firing into our house, we realized that if the terrorists are inside the kibbutz, something that has never happened before, it means the defense lines of Israel have been breached. This is something that is not supposed to happen.
Absolutely. And, I watched you on 60 Minutes. That was about a month after.
Even less. Everything happened very fast.
Right.
Yeah.
Seemed like a month, but probably was 10 days. And you were talking about the hostages and how that has to be our main mission.
Yes.
This was when still all hostages were still in Gaza. 5 months later, did you think we would still be talking about bringing back the hostages?
No. In my community, 7 people were kidnapped by Hamas, all of them civilians. 5 were released in the deal that President Biden orchestrated together with Qatar and Egypt, in November. Basically all the women and the girls, because in our kibbutz, it's important to remember, Hamas kidnapped an 8-year-old and a 15-year-old, 2 sisters. So all of the women and the girls have been returned alive to our community. And we still have 2 fathers, husbands, friends, neighbors, Omri and Tzachi, both in their 40s, civilians, who are still held in the hands of Hamas in Gaza. And I think it is unacceptable, and yet we live with it every day. This is something that has to be solved. And I do want to applaud President Biden for making it the #1 priority right now, to bring back these hostages alive. This is the #1 test for Israel and, frankly, for humanity. We need these people back with us, alive with their families.
Did you notice from the beginning that it has become the priority of the US government, but maybe not so much the Israeli government?
We had an interesting test case of that in our community because 2 of the hostages in Nahal Oz were US citizens, and their relatives in the community told us all the time, President Biden has spoken with us personally on the phone more than once, and we haven't heard a word from Netanyahu or anyone in his government.
Yeah. Did you think you would still be away from your homes 5 months
Yeah,
after?
this is not a surprise. We hope to come back home. We are working on it. We are raising money for the repair of the kibbutz and the reconstruction of it, but it will take time. It's a very difficult mission and it will take time. We need to be patient about that part.
Yeah. Do you still live as a community in some ways?
We basically, all of our community had been evacuated to a kibbutz near Haifa, kibbutz Mishmar HaEmek. They've been hosting us since October 8 with amazing generosity, and we are still mostly together. A few here and there people went to other places, but most of the community is there, and we're waiting to see what comes out of the war and when it will be possible to go back.
Yeah. Noam, maybe as a former commander of the Northern Formation, you can say, did you expect that we would have pretty much the same situation for the people living on the northern border and what we can expect there?
Yes, because one of the terrible things that happened to the state of Israel on October 7, that our neighbors, the Arab, basically saw the failure of the government, the failure of the military, and they are not afraid from us. Our deterrence broke to pieces. And that's why Hezbollah feel comfortable to basically, in very limited resources, to evacuate all the northern people in the state of Israel. And the government has no solution to it. I believe that the American initiative that President Biden put on the table, which include solution for Gaza, bring back the hostages, solution for the North, and more important than this, strategic relationship between the US, Israel, Egypt, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, and the Gulf countries. This is very important, and I think this can be a very good start to solve the issue of the North. But if it will not work, then Israel need to practice, be ready, and then to attack southern Lebanon. I served there many years in order that our citizens can live peacefully with security at home in the south and, yes, in the north as well.
This is a question for both of you. I was thinking in the last few weeks we've seen how the protests we have usually on Saturday nights, the protest to bring back the hostages and the more political protest to bring down the government. And in the last few weeks, they have in some ways merged, while some people still want them to be separate. Do you feel like it is now more of the same fight?
I understand why the families of the hostages don't want the two protests to officially merge and become one, and I think it's important to respect it. But I do believe that without significant public pressure on the government, it will be more difficult to bring back the hostages. I also think there has to be very significant pressure, obviously, on Hamas, and I think it's important to put pressure on Qatar, because it is the one country that has the most influence on Hamas. But I'm not naive about the fact that there are also political interests on our side, and that public pressure, whether it's through these demonstrations on Saturday night or other mechanisms, is very important right now, because we do have an opportunity. The administration is pushing, and it has put on a reasonable formula for all sides for a hostage deal, and I think it will be a terrible mistake if we don't move forward with it.
On October 8 in the morning, I basically said that everyone that in charge of this failure, the biggest failure of the history of the state of Israel, this is the day that we lost more Jews than any other day since the Holocaust, need to go away. And I mean all the leadership of the IDF, which basically took responsibility, and I know that they will go. All the leadership of the Shabak, the same, they took responsibility. And all the government of Israel and the first man who need to take responsibility and go home is Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister. I believe that Benjamin Netanyahu is personally in charge of this failure. He was the one which basically developed that Hamas is an asset. He was the one that in charge that all the billions of dollars came from Qatar to the hand of the Hamas, which basically transferred himself from a terror organization to a strong military force. And it's still actual today. Benjamin Netanyahu should go away as soon as possible. Even President Biden said it this morning, that today Netanyahu is hurting the state of Israel. I believe that Benjamin Netanyahu basically put those hostages as a political card, which is unacceptable. It's human life. We will not win the war without bringing them home. We will not win the war. And once it's a political card between Benjamin Netanyahu and all the most extreme parts in the Israeli society, Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, this is very, very dangerous, because a country which is not taking care of citizens is not a good country. And we are going to fight. We are going to fight on those two fronts. Number one, to bring the hostages home. Everyone that is still alive. That's why I said to bring them home alive. And number two, to have an open election in Israel as soon as possible, and to bring the right leadership to the state of Israel.
Thank you, both.
Thank you, Maya, and to our friends at UCLA.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our panel on the impact of October 7th on Israeli society and politics. I'm Alison Kaplan-Summer. I'm a journalist at Haaretz, and I'm the host of the Haaretz podcast. So much has changed in Israel since October 7th that it has become a popular culture cliche. You hear it everywhere. Ugh, that way of thinking is so October 6th. The fact that this has happened just goes to show that despite the fact that these attacks occurred 5 months ago, and the fact that Israel is still fighting the war, we still have trouble incorporating everything that has changed and transformed into our current reality. And so we are continually pointing that out to each other. The shocking events of the 7th and the subsequent developments, just to name a few, the war, the toll it's taking on Israel, the hostage saga, and the devastating situation for Palestinian civilians in Gaza, and the transformation of Israel's relationship with the rest of the world, continues to change and evolve every day. We're lucky to be able to have gathered this panel, which includes a diverse number of people with experiences and perspectives, to discuss these changes and what they mean. I'll introduce the panelists now. First, Ahmed Tibi, who has been a member of Knesset since 1999. He's the most senior and the most famous Palestinian citizen of Israel in the country's parliament. He leads the Tal Party, which he co-founded, coming to politics after training and practicing medicine and serving as advisor to late Palestinian President Yasser Arafat for 7 years. Maoz Yinon is an Israeli social entrepreneur and peace activist who has founded several successful tourism initiatives, and most prominently, the Abraham Hostels. His parents were killed when a rocket hit their house in Moshav Netiv HaSara on October 7th. Since then, he has become especially prominent, speaking out against the war in Gaza and calling for a ceasefire. To my right, Moran Zer-Katzenstein is the founder and leader of Bonot Alternativa, a grassroots organization for women's rights and gender equality organizations. The handmade costumes they wore at the demonstrations became an emblem of the massive wave of protests against the government's judicial overhaul last year. Since October 7th, her group has pivoted to addressing the emergency needs of evacuees and their families. I'll begin the panel by asking these three panelists to share their personal reflections on what has changed for them since the 7th of October and what has changed in their opinion, in the country that they live in, and whether they see these changes as long-term and permanent, or whether they believe with time they think that Israel will go back to resembling what it was on October 6th. After they speak, I'll turn to my fourth panelist, Haaretz columnist and opinion writer Ravit Hecht, who will map out what she sees as the significant changes across the Israeli political map since October 7th. And in the remaining time of the panel, hopefully there will be remaining time, I'll ask my panelists to respond to what they've heard from their counterparts and ask some follow-up questions. So to get started, I'll begin with Maoz Inon, who has perhaps experienced the most personally traumatic effects imaginable from the war. Given the terrible loss of your parents, it seems trite to ask you, but I will anyway. How has Israel changed for you and generally changed since October 7th?
Hi, Alison, and all the panelists. It's a real pleasure and honor to be here with you today. First, I'll start that my life completely changed, and the life of my family. We are 5 brothers and sisters, 11 grandchildren, and we lost our beloved parents and grandparents that were very much involved with each one of us life, very supportive, and just the most amazing people and parents I could ever ask. And losing them and so many of my neighbors, childhood friends, their parents, children that were killed or took as hostage to Gaza. It's a personal and community and national trauma. And from this trauma, what I've been doing basically ever since October the 7th, first I'm calling not to revenge. I don't want my parents be murdered and dying to be revenged by any means, because there is no hope in revenging. There is no hope in killing civilians, and there is no hope in continuing the cycle of death, bloodshed, fear that has been going on for over a century. And what I've been doing since October the 7th, I've been making hope. This I learned my Palestinian peace activist who mentioned that hope is not something we see, that's not something we find or being given. Hope is an action, something we're making. So I'm making hope. I was doing it in Geneva with 70 Israelis and Palestinians last week. I was doing it in Cyprus with 20 Israelis, Palestinian people from all over the region. I'm doing it with Israelis, I'm doing it with Palestinians, I'm doing it with international community, making hope together. And this is the only reason to continue. And I want my parents' sacrifice and our family sacrifice to be that they will be victims of peace and not victims of war. And I have the privilege to say that this trauma is also an opportunity. It's an opportunity to bring this never-ending conflict to an end. And only by diplomatic solution will be able to deliver security and safety to all those living between the river and the sea, and to create a future, a better future for all of us. And we must do it. No one else. We are the leaders. It won't come from the international leaders. It won't come from the Israeli politician or those who are in the government, and not from those who are leading at the moment the Palestinian people. It will come from activists. It will come bottom up from grassroots efforts that will match the international efforts to end the Israel-Palestinian conflict once and for all. And this is an opportunity, and this is what I'm decided to dedicate my life for.
Member of Knesset Tibi, you hear the idealistic words of a peace activist who has paid a horrible price in this war. When you hear these words, do you hold his optimistic vision? Do you think that it has a place? And just please address for us kind of the position of Palestinian citizens of Israel who are in a very, very difficult position in this situation.
Thank you. My friend Maoz is very courageous. I remember when I called him 2 days after your family was killed in October the 7th. And he was much more stronger than those who called him. He said, come to us, Ahmed. Our family is family of peace and tolerance, and we want to continue on. But Maoz in these days is unique, and he is not a widespread phenomena. He is outstanding, but the general atmosphere is much more tough and difficult. The Israeli society went far to the right, even that the reality went to the left. Why I'm saying so? Because the post-traumatic event in the Israeli society send the right wing much more right, send those in the center and the left to the right again. I heard words and ideas and actions from leftists that I did not imagine I will all my life. And the reality went to the left because these days and the war and the aggression and the bloodshed proved that occupation, settlements, assassination, deportation, power, using much more power, did not bring security to the state of Israel. Israel tried everything, tried all these things that I described, but the one that we are asking, demanding, proposing to try, ending the occupation and have a reconciliation, was not tried, and we are there again now fighting in order to bring people back to their original positions, which is a very tough mission these days. From the Palestinian point of view, this is a real catastrophe. In numbers, it's much more greater than 48 Nakba, what's going in Gaza now. And it's continuing. I am realistic, but I did not imagine that in 2024 or 2023, the world will see killing 30,000 Palestinians, 75 of them are civilians, both children and women, and will continue on. The United States did not condemn even killing of one Palestinian child. Children are children, both when they are Jewish and when they are Palestinians. And any targeting, killing any child should be rejected totally, as we did in the very beginning of the 7th of October. But beside that, the most challenging question, are we going to overcome this difficulty? Because I witnessed wars, battles, rounds in Gaza, but not such an event, continuous event like October the 7th and October 8th, and what's going today. Netanyahu is weaker, or was weaker, and he starting to gain again his Bibi method. He is targeting his base, and I can tell you as a member of the Knesset, there will be no election this year.
Really?
There will be no elections, I think, okay? And they were not able to say this before 2 months. Now they are declaring there will no need for elections. Let's wait for elections at 2026. Or they are even attacking the family of the abductees. They are attacking them. They are creating atmosphere to behave in a hostile way against those who are tackling their politics or their behavior. Palestinian people are used and familiar with disasters, and they know how to heal, but this time it will take very, very long time. About Arab citizens of the State of Israel, Palestinian Israel, it was also very difficult from day one because they were terrorized by the police and the Attorney General, both coordinating and arrested hundreds of youth who just published a story or a post with empathy to Palestinian children in Gaza. Immediately they were accused of supporting terror. Or people were forbidden from demonstrating and saying, stop the war. Now it's much more easy or less difficult to say so. The first march against the war in the Arab community was conducted last week only. Because the police banned us from very normal thing when there is a war to say stop the war. Every Arab who said stop the war, he was accused of supporting Hamas, and it is far from that. If you have empathy with Palestinian families and children, you are not supporting of terror, you are supporting of life. I did not lose my parents like Maoz, but I lost 13 of my family in Gaza. 2 of them are children. One is Ahmed Tibi, 10 years old. The second is Lama, 4 years old. They were killed and they are collateral damage. It's horrible. No one child should be a collateral damage.
Not at all. Not at all.
Thank you.
Moran, tell us about how your world changed on October 7th. Previous to that, you'd spent almost the entire previous year on the streets demonstrating against the judicial overhaul, rallying Israeli women, rallying against the government and how it was damaging the rights and the lives of women. How did everything change for you on October 7th? And tell me if you think that, again, Israel has changed, whether temporarily or permanently.
So I think one thing that didn't change is this government is still hurting women's rights and still hurting our democracy. And our agenda as Bonot Alternativa didn't change. We are still here for women leadership. We are still here to protect women's rights and sometimes even women's lives. But Bonot Alternativa is in over 80 cities across Israel. We are over 100,000 women. And on October 7th, very soon after, like right after 6:30 in the morning, we understood the scale of the events because we saw all of our locations, our groups are local, geographical. So we saw everything that's happening because all of the groups were alerting us
So we understood that it's in a very big scale, also in the south. And we did a management conversation in 9 a.m, and we talked about, and I told them there is no protest anymore. Right now we're shifting everything because we're at war. And for us, it was trivial that this is something that we're doing. You mentioned the emergency centers that we opened all over the country, but we also focused on the denial of the human organization, the woman organization, the liberal feminist women around the world that just didn't believe what happened to women and men on October 7th, and ever since. We founded the headquarters for the recognition of Hamas crimes. And we are also separating between Hamas and the Palestinian people. And this is something we are very focused on. 2 days ago, there was the International Women's Day around the world. And we held dozens of demonstrations around the country, but also in over 20 cities around the globe. We have Bonot Alternativa all over the globe as well. And I have to say that they came across with a lot of anti-Semitism. They weren't allowed to join women marches for Women International Day, so they weren't allowed. So there is a lot, for us, a lot of things that we're dealing with as well. And I have to say that the agenda for Bonot didn't change. The things that we're doing, so we're not doing the same protest, but we are still very vocal about everything this government doing is like the handing out of guns. Mm-hmm. They're doing it in a way that it's not responsible way. They don't have a plan, they don't have a strategy. Women will be harmed, and children will be harmed from this thing. And I think that this government is still spreading hate. It's not spreading hate just outside, but also between the parts of us in Israel.
Is it difficult for you, the duality of, on one hand, protesting the government inside the country, on the other hand, trying to defend the country in the outside world or promote its interests in terms of the condemnation of the crimes against Israeli women? It's kind of trying to be two things at the same time, right?
So yesterday, the U.S. government said something that they used to say on countries like Iran, that we should separate between the Israeli people and the government. And what I'm doing is for the Israeli men and women and for justice for them. And regardless, we have a government that needs to be replaced because, as Biden said just yesterday, Biden said that Bibi is bad for Israel, is not helping us, is not making us stronger. And I don't believe in these terms of complete winning. And I think that the fact...
Total victory.
Total victory, exactly. And I think that the fact that around the decision-making table, both in the cabinet and in the army, there are only men without any women to balance it, it's part of the problem as well.
I'll turn to you, Ravit. I'm especially interested in a member of Knesset TV saying so resolutely there will be no elections in the next year.
I agree.
You agree?
Yeah.
Can you map out the political changes that you've seen develop since October 7th, and maybe a little bit chronologically since the beginning, the middle, and most recently as the war has been playing out?
I will do my best. I think that at the beginning, in the very first weeks, we could see, like Ahmed said, it seemed that everyone moved one octave to the right ideologically, but at the same time, there was also escalation, or everyone moved one scale or octave in criticism the current government, the most ultra-right coalition that has never been created in Israel. So since then, since the shock has been a little bit calmed down, you could see that everyone slowly but surely heading back his political motherland and find a new justification, relevant circumstances to justify or to possess his own traditional position. You can see it very clearly in the hostages crisis. It had become a real political issue. And the division is very clear. The center and the left wants to bring them back no matter what is the price, even if it includes the end of the war, and as Maoz and Ahmad, their opinion, some of the left opposes the war because of other reasons, like the humanitarian, the situation in Gaza, and also, you know, to stop the violence, this enormous violence in our area. On the other hand, the right sees any compromise with Hamas, especially one includes ending the war, not only as a humiliate surrender to Hamas, but also not less than, I think, an existential threat on Israel, just like that. So there is no option to compromise or to give up. I think that Benjamin Netanyahu, that after the October 7th, you could hear members of Knesset, Likud's activists, ministers, said that this guy is finished. I mean, they really said so and believed so. But I think he recognized this situation and offered his own equation. I am the one who is going to lead Israel to the absolute victory on Hamas. I will be the one who will resist the imaginary attempts to force Israel recognizing a Palestinian state. And that equation, I think, enables him to rebirth as the rights leader. Since then, actually, and this is like the conversation or the atmosphere. In the real life, in the real political life, we are now, after 3 years of an enormous instability, political instability, 5 elections, I think that now we have the emergency government, which is the most stable one, according to what I just described. This emergency government, and especially the intimate forum, the cabinet, which runs the war, and also other major issues in Israel, like the policy at the Temple Mount, for example, that hasn't been changed, although or despite strong protests of the original members of the far-right coalition. Okay. And I think that this forum is very stable because of 2 reasons. The first one, that I think approximately 70 or 80% of the Jewish population in Israel is represented there. Because, I mean, imagine a cabinet with 3 Democrats and 3 Republicans. They will hate each other. They won't trust each other, but still they will run the house.
Right.
You know? And the second one, that I think that this forum hasn't been dealt with a real dilemma or test. Okay? If we take the members, the most leftist one, ex-chief of staff Gadi Eisenkot, and the most rightist there, Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, actually the gap is not so big. I mean, they do things, and this is like the position of the General Security Service and the intelligence organization and the IDF, that the reason there is no exchange deal, hostages exchange, is because Hamas and not because Israel, for example. And some of the American administration think so. So you don't have a real conflict here, okay? that can, I don't know, storm this, or you know, divide this cabinet. So that's the situation for now here in Israel. So
and yet you have this extreme right-wing larger cabinet. I mean, you've got that contrast, right? About the war cabinet reflecting Israel and...
I think that this is more atmosphere than real, okay, influence on reality. In reality, I think that the cabinet is very dominant, actually is the most dominant, and it's not exactly a leftist cabinet, you know, so... this is the policy right now.
But in terms of the general trends, I've heard theories that, yes, Israel is taking a giant step to the right. They may not like Netanyahu, but the war has made Israelis, and Ahmed said the same. He said that everyone's, and it's going to be hard to move them back. But
the
then
Jewish public wants right solution, but don't want to get them from the current rights representatives.
Then there's other theories I've heard about general sobering up on the right and the left in coalescing around a more centrist view that would rally around a Benny Gantz type figure.
I hope so. This is like the good, you know, the good narrative or the good option. I'm not sure it will happen, but I hope so.
Yeah. Maoz, what do you think? Yeah.
I don't want to speak about politics.
Okay.
But I would say just that. We lost on October the 7th. We lost. And ever since, we keep losing. It's not the ultimate win, it's the ultimate losing. There is an inside security strip inside in Israel, with the border with Gaza and the border with Lebanon. And it's going on for over than 5 months. It's the ultimate loss that Israel ever experienced. And it's similar to October War, the Yom Kippur War. And the next election after the war, Golda won major victory, but it took 4 years from October War to President Sadat to visit Israel. And it was a historical visit. Till this visit, 60% of the Israeli public were against the negotiation, not against the signing the accord. And Menachem Begin from the right, and this is the right. Peace is not left or right. Menachem Begin said, we can prevent the war, but we cannot prevent the peace. And only 2 years after, the peace accord with Egypt was signed. And this is the most safe and secure border we have with Jordan. So the only way to bring security and safety to the people of Israel is only by political agreement and solution. And I want to take you to the lesson I learned since October the 7th. And I spoke to so many Palestinians and Palestinians within Israel and from the international community. And it's something that we Israelis don't understand. Our stories were split in the holy books with the different chosen sons, Ismael and Isaac. And since then, it's not parallel, but the stories, the gap between the stories is getting wider and wider as we are reaching the present. Through the Zionist movement and the Palestinian national movement, the story got wider. And all the war we've been waging on each other, and October the 7th and what's happening now in Gaza, the stories were never wide as before. But there is a miracle. There is a miracle because when I speak to so many Palestinians, including those who lost close family members in Gaza, and I meet them now on daily basis, we meet in the future. The future is the key, and we need to look to this future. Imagine it. We lost using our political imagination. We lost this ability. We must use it. And not Gantz, and not Azenkot, and not Yair Golan. No one is using it. This is why there is going to be no election, because they are offering us the same ongoing conflict and the same ongoing war. So we must use this imagination. And we meet in the future, and this future can be very nearby. It can be 4 to 6 years. And this future both for Palestinian and Israelis that will be based on equality, on reconciliation, on justice, and of course, security and safety. And me and my family and our community heard so many times that we revenge for what Hamas has done in so many wars in the last 2 decades, and that we Hamas lost its military ability. And that so many times we hear that there is we brought security for the communities in the envelope of Gaza, and we don't believe them anymore. The only way to bring security and safety is political solution. And no one in the political map, the players now, is offering that. And this is why if there will be election or won't be election, it's not important, it's not relevant. We need to build this future because they lost the ability to do so. So it's going to be new leaders. Like no one would be able to imagine in '73 that the prime minister who will welcome President Sadat is not going to be Golda, it's not going to be Rabin, it's not going to be Shimon Peretz, it's going to be the everlasting opposition member, Menachem Begin. So let's bring Menachem Begin legacy back. Let's bring the legacy of peace and hope back to the table, back to real politics, and not just for dreamer like myself, but I'm not just a dreamer. I have a plan, and I'm not alone. There are many, many, many of us that are working now on the ground, Palestinian, Israelis, with international community to execute a roadmap for peace.
Ahmed, do you believe that October 7th could be Yom Kippur in terms of changing things maybe geopolitically permanently in the area, bringing Israel? You look skeptical to me.
Again, like Golda.
Like Golda.
Okay, the main reason why reasonable Israelis are willing to have election tomorrow is to move Benjamin Netanyahu, not to have a peace or reconciliation or a compromise. Only to move Benjamin Netanyahu and this government, which is described truly as a failure government, bloody government, but the conflict will continue because, look, Benny Gantz, who is the candidate to replace Benjamin Netanyahu, did not say ever Palestinian state. Netanyahu did. Benny Gantz did not. Ever. Second, what's the difference between Benny Gantz and Netanyahu during this war? Can somebody tell what's the difference between both? Even Gantz, he was the one who intimidated the Palestinians that even in Ramadan, we will attack Rafah in a special video that he presented. That's to say, the Israeli politics is united to continue the war, not Lapid. Lapid said that war should be ended with exchange of abductees and prisoners. Gantz did not say so. Okay, Netanyahu is willing to elongate and to expand the war forever because it depends upon his political survival. If the war will stop, huge demonstration will be there in all the streets of Israel demanding Benjamin Netanyahu to leave. And he is not willing to see that. That's why he is postponing and putting obstacle in any deal about the abductees and the prisoners.
Moran, I want to know what you think of what they've said, and also just, you run a grassroots organization. You're speaking with everyday Israelis. You're not up giving speeches or thinking about grand political solutions. From your perspective, I mean, so many of the fights that you've been focused on over the past year in terms of, social issues and improving life for Israeli women have been buried, under the shadow, under the cloud of the war. So I'm interested in your perspective about how people are talking about the political situation, if they're talking about the political situation, or if they're trying to figure out how to get through their day and their week.
So I think it's a mix of everything you just said. I think a lot of Israelis, also my family, our heart was broken on October 7th, and some of us are just trying to make it day by day. We have babies that their father is in the army and their mothers have nothing to feed them in Israel. And this is indeed a failing government. And I do understand, from one hand, what you're talking about. The Israeli people are taking to the right a bit, but I think also that the constant conflict and bringing us one against each other is something that we are tired of. And even my brother, that is like far right, he said, I don't want these extremes from both sides, even though I don't think you can compare the extremes from the right side. I don't see the left. I don't see any extreme in the left. But people do want the center, and they do want us to be united together, but not in a cynical way, the way the government is meaning. And this is really our mission. And our mission is to keep Israel a democracy. And as I said, this government is doing everything she can, including violence, against all civilians, also Jewish, Israeli civilians, against protesters, and
who are back in the streets now in large numbers. Yeah,
exactly. So she's doing everything in her power, from one hand to say, no, this is not the time, but from the other hand, it's becoming very violent against its own people.
We are coming to generally the close of our panel. I want to go around one time, and if you could each just tell me maybe what is the greatest lesson that you hope Israel will take away from the terrible tragedy of October 7th and its aftermath. You could also share your greatest fear, but since we like to end these things on an optimistic note, I'm also interested in what you really hope Israel has learned from this experience, that it can move forward into the future. I'll go around and start with you, Ravi.
I think that this atrocity should merit people to understand the two people, by the way, Palestinians and Jews. If we don't learn to share this land in a better way, reconciliation, compromise, acknowledge each other's pains and fears and narratives, then we are going just like, you know, to a Balkanian destiny, or even Rwanda. I have all kind of horrible places and horrible pieces of history. Mm-hmm. That's it. I mean, that's the lesson of October the 7th. I mean, and I can't understand how we can think that we can, you know, keep living the way we did without changing something very basic, which is more like mental and emotional, and the way we see and experience reality. That's what I think.
Lauren?
I think that the lesson that we haven't learned yet, but I hope we will, is that we can't only depend on our military power, and you can't just fight fire with fire constantly. And I think that the fact that this government has no plan for what to do with Gaza, and if we won't do anything right now, we will find ourselves in another cycle like we did in Lebanon. And I think this is what this government is aiming for. And we can't take responsibility for the Gaza civilians. We can't. But there is no strategy, and everything is just for the leader to stay in power. They're not building any strategy at all, and I really hoped that the big failure of October 7th will make them understand that we need to have a plan. And I hope that the Israeli people understand, even though we are all hurt and angry, that we need to have a common plan together, and this government will not provide this plan.
Member of Knesset Tibi, if you have some form of hope for a lesson that Israel's leaders and citizens have learned from this experience? What is that lesson?
I think both sides should act in order to have value of life much more than the value of death. Both nations deserve that. It depends also on leadership, but I hope Israeli leadership will apprehend that what did not work with force will not work with much more force and power, and that both sides are here in order to stay, and neither will annihilate the other side. Ending occupation and Palestine alongside the State of Israel is possible and even is must.
Yeah, I cannot agree more. What I would only say and add, I'm meeting in the recent weeks with Palestinians from Gaza, from the occupied territories, with young leaders from Lebanon, from Jordan, from Egypt, the Gulf, and North Africa. And they are sharing the same messages that the three of you just shared. Okay? And we have partners, we have strong allies in all those countries and nations. And we can make this war to the last war. It must be the last war, and it's in our hands to push and leverage our leaders and the international community to make it the last war of the Middle East.
You have all been amazing, fascinating panel members. I would like to thank you all, member of Knesset Ahmed TV, Mozi Non, Moran Katzenstein, and my colleague Ravid Hecht. Thank you so much, and thank you to our audience for having the time and listening to what you all have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The Nazarian Center is dedicated to promoting the study of modern Israel, both at UCLA, in the local community, and now around the world. In terms of teaching, our primary mission is to teach UCLA undergraduate students about Israel. Within the local community, we put on programs, lectures, and talks. What we do fundamentally is Israel education, not Israel advocacy. We're not there to try to convince people to believe a certain thing or to think a certain way. We're just trying to arm people with more information, more knowledge, and a deeper and more nuanced understanding of
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our special panel on Israel-Diaspora relations and how they've been affected by the events of October 7th. I'd like to start by welcoming and introducing our distinguished panelists. Jonathan Friedman is a prominent British columnist for The Guardian. He has written 12 books, both fiction and nonfiction, most recently, The Escape Artist, The Man Who Broke Out of Auschwitz to Warn the World. His most recent play, Jews in Their Own Words, was performed at the Royal Court. And since 2021, he has co-hosted a podcast called Unholy, Two Jews on the News, with Israeli news anchor and journalist Yonit Levy. Welcome, Jonathan, and honored to have you on the panel.
Thank you, Judy. Very good to be with you.
Emily Tamkin is the author of The Influence of Soros, Politics, Power, and the Struggle for an Open Society, and more recently, Bad Jews, A History of American Jewish Politics and Identities. Welcome, Emily. It's great having you on board.
Thanks for having me.
Josh Leifer is the author of the forthcoming book, Tablets Shattered, The End of an American Jewish Century and the Future of Jewish Life. Josh's essays and reporting have appeared widely in international publications, including the New York Review of Books, the New York Times, The Guardian, The New Statesman, and The Nation. A member of the editorial board of Dissent, Josh previously worked as an editor at Jewish Currents and at Plus 972 magazine, Welcome, Josh. It's a pleasure having you on our panel.
Thank you for having me.
And Rabbi Giza Ederberg, last but not least, is the rabbi of the historic New Synagogue in Berlin and leader of the conservative Masorti movement in Germany. She made history 17 years ago when she became the first female pulpit rabbi in the German capital since the Holocaust. She's also the incoming president of the 1,600-strong Rabbinical Assembly, the International Association of Conservative Masorti Rabbis, and she will be the first person ever outside Israel and the United States to fill this role. We're privileged to have you on our panel, Giza.
Wonderful to be here. Thank you, Judy.
Jonathan, let's start with you. Like Jewish communities worldwide, British Jews seem to put aside their differences in the immediate aftermath of October 7th and rally strongly behind Israel. Has the massive Israeli retaliation that ensued and the growing international condemnation of Israel changed that at all? In other words, are we starting to see support wane?
It has complicated things, most certainly. And you're right, the initial visceral reaction to October the 7th was widely shared across the community. There's interesting data and polling that shows British Jews are, even by the standards of other diaspora Jewish communities, exceptionally bound up with Israel. I think there are surveys that show the percentages are in the high 80s or 90s% of people who say they feel an affinity or connection to Israel. They travel to Israel, they have family there. It's very close. And the shock of October the 7th was definitely felt throughout the whole community, and people knew people and so on. The war since has strained and complicated that. And I think there've been a range of responses. So some have decided that they want to double down their support for Israel and sort of screen out the evidence of the war. They say that when the pictures they're seeing on TV are provided by media that is biased, they focus on the threat, and it is a threat, that they themselves face, and anti-Semitism and anti-Semitic attacks are up basically sixfold. 589% was the measure by the group that monitor and keep records, the highest increase on record. And everyone knows somebody who has had, graffiti sprayed on their local Jewish school, or on their red paint thrown at the doors of a synagogue, or children on their way to school harassed, and without even getting into all the abuse online. So people know about that, and people have focused very strongly on this being a time of danger and peril for Jews, and describing how, for example, London feels an intimidating place on a Saturday where there have been demonstrations every single week and chants of from the river to the sea. So a whole block of the community is focused on that. Then there is a much, much smaller group who are so outraged and appalled and distressed by the imagery of calamity out of Gaza that they are throwing in their lot, if you like, with those who are protesting against that and are marching for a ceasefire. And that is a very small number, in the low thousands, maybe even smaller, but they're very vocal, of Jews who are on social media saying, as a grandchild of Holocaust survivors, I can't bear seeing this, and so on. In other words, there's that polarizing. And then there is a group, which I would include myself in, who are going through all of these emotions and it's forced to be exposed to both narratives all the time. And that is really, I speak some ways personally, that is a very stretching and straining thing to endure, where you are simultaneously moved, appalled, horrified by the images, which I have to stress are coming at you all the time out of Gaza. I mentioned on the podcast with Yonit the other day, you listen to the BBC Radio News, the first 7 or 8 stories are about Israel, Jews, anti-Semitism, Muslims, Islamophobia. It's all about this at the moment. So you're watching that narrative, and at the same time you are moved and distressed by the plight of Israelis murdered and taken hostage on October 7th, and indeed Jews who are feeling besieged here. If you feel both, This is a really hard time, and that's why I think some are deliberately going to the one or other of those poles, because in a way it's easier there because it's one or the other. If you hold both, it's pretty hard.
Mm-hmm. Well, you just mentioned record levels of anti-Semitism, and sitting here far away from Britain, it sometimes seems that the worst anti-Semitism we're seeing is in your country. And I want to know, is there any truth to this, that it's worse where you are than elsewhere? And do you think we will start seeing considerable numbers of British Jews leaving their country in the near future?
I don't know about the comparison. I think there are people who collect the data on this, and it would be interesting to see what they say. I read a lot of the reports out of, for example, American campuses, and it seems either similar or perhaps worse there. Than here. You know, a friend, an Israeli friend visiting, just an hour ago had come off a London Underground train. He'd said he'd been in the same compartment as a Haredi family, and he wondered if he was going to have to at some point leap to their defense, that they were going to be, you know, attacked there and there on the Underground train. You know, that there have been episodes, but it is not, you know, as bad as that where every day it's routine. It's not as if, by the way, there are not British Jews who are saying that to themselves. It's the 1930s. This is why my great-grandparents left Russia, or this is, you know, Germany on the eve of the war, and so on. People are feeling those things, and I think you have to listen to that. But I don't think the data bears that out. I would say it's pretty bad. It's bad enough without making those slightly hyperbolic comparisons. It's you know, the 589% increase in anti-Semitic incidents is troubling enough without telling yourself it's Munich 1938. You know, as for how people react to it, I think people are desperate for the current period, as we speak, and obviously we hope it might change, but the current violence just to stop, and then they can draw breath and regroup. But at the moment, every day, people open their phones, put on the radio, put on the TV. They are bracing themselves for what new horror is going to have come out of Gaza. And they're feeling that because partly they have human empathy for the victims, Gazans, Palestinians, but they also have this dread that we will be blamed. And that's, you know, meaning Jews, British Jews, that one way or another, we will be blamed, whether that's a tweet, whether that's a graffiti, whether that's a brick through a window of a synagogue. And that, to walk around with that stress every hour of every day for 5 months is really difficult. And I know obviously people in Israel are going through a much more direct feeling. The difference I constantly stress is, in Israel, if you're going through something, you are aware that the wider society is going through it with you. It's very different if you're one of a minority of 270,000 who do not see this story the way you or your family or friends might maybe see it. And that sense of being out of step, I know that people are just desperate for it to stop so they can draw breath. It's been a kind of a state of high anxiety and tension since we all got those the news on the morning of October the 7th, and it hasn't lessened. And so I think that feeling people are finding it very hard to live with.
I want to get back to that point that you mentioned later. But first, Emily and Josh, I have a question for the two of you as our American representatives here. For years, we've been talking about the growing divide between Israel and American Jewry, and the fact that American Jews who tend to be progressive find it increasingly difficult to support Israel as it moves more and more to the right, and especially so in the past year or two. Would you say that since October 7th, this divide has only grown wider, or actually the opposite? Emily?
Sure, I'll take this first. I think we saw the opposite, and now we're seeing a similar pattern as pre-October the 7th. And what I mean by that is that I spent a lot of time reporting, for over the course of the past year before October 7th, on how sort of center liberal Jewish groups in the United States were becoming increasingly comfortable criticizing Israel, in particular the current Israeli government and the judicial reforms. On October the 7th, you saw leftist Jewish groups like If Not Now and Jewish Voice for Peace immediately come out and call for a ceasefire, while sort of in the liberal middle, you had, and obviously I'm speaking in broad strokes, but in the liberal middle, you had Americans for Peace Now and J Street and Trua come out and offer support for Israel. I spoke to, I reported a piece on this and spoke to Jeremy Ben-Ami, who's head of J Street, and he said, our first instinct was to hug our friends. And so you saw that space for criticism really narrow. And this was reflected in polling, right? The Jewish Electorate Institute came out with a survey not too long after October the 7th, and it showed that something like 80% of Jews were supportive of Biden's policy, although under 35, that number dropped down to 50%. However, as time has gone by, and as we've seen the sort of news stories that Jonathan was just speaking about, and as we've seen the death toll rise, and as we've seen increased reports of blocked aid and starvation and any number of other horrors, and as President Biden says this is going to lead to a second state, and Prime Minister Netanyahu comes out over and over again and says there will never be a Palestinian state, this has become a less tenable position for these groups. And so they have one by one started calling for a ceasefire, said now is the time for diplomacy. And interestingly, I think, and I should say this was mirrored in a recent Haaretz survey that found that recently the number that supported Biden's stance on Israel's war dropped down to 31%, which is vastly less than it was at the start of the war. I think interestingly, what we're seeing now, the Jews on the right in America remain staunch supporters of Israel. That includes through this war. Most American Jews, however, lean somewhere from center to the left. And I think what we're seeing now is sort of a mirror of the conversation around the debates on the judicial reforms and the current government, which is some in the center or center left saying the problem is really this government, or the problem is the way that they're conducting the war, with those further on the left saying, no, there is a more fundamental problem here, right? That you cannot just place this at the feet of Netanyahu. So that's how I've seen the past several months, but I would be interested in, I know Josh has spent a lot of time specifically looking at the Jewish left, and so I would be interesting to hear his thoughts as well.
Josh?
Sure. I mean, I don't know if I have more to add. I think that was pretty comprehensive. I think that, in the immediate aftermath of October 7th, the organizational ecosystem of what people refer to as the Jewish left, so If Not Now and JVP, all jumped into kind of anti-war organizing immediately, which did leave, I think, a vacuum for people who wanted a space that was, on the one hand, unequivocally anti-occupation, but also that could speak to Jewish grief and Jewish fear. And I think that space is still, basically open, and that there is a real, I couldn't begin to quantify it, but I think there is a real place within American Jewish life that isn't being represented at the organizational level, of people who are even willing to take their criticism of Israel to a more fundamental place and say, this isn't just about Netanyahu, it's about the occupation, it's about the siege of Gaza, it's about more than half a century of the systematic denial of Palestinians' rights. But that doesn't, but that doesn't mean that Israelis need to leave for there to be a just resolution, that Israel is legitimate as a state, even if it is also foundationally flawed. I mean, that's in our moment, that's like a nuanced point, I think, that there isn't a lot of room for. But it strikes me that maybe that was space that people hoped J Street would occupy. I don't think it stepped into that because it wanted to hug the friends and be there. But it also was a space. It's also a place that maybe 10 years ago, I was involved in the founding of If Not Now. 10 years ago, I think that was the place that If Not Now was then. I think that the 10 years of very intense ideological struggle and the US progressive left has made it untenable for a group like If Not Now to not be vocally a Palestine solidarity organization, which means that it has to take certain positions about the legitimacy of the state of Israel that maybe it wouldn't have taken It sounds crazy to think now, but if Not Now was founded 10 years ago, intentionally agnostic on the question, even on the question of BDS. Like, we're in a very different place now, at least rhetorically and kind of functionally. But I do think that I think that there is a group of people. They may not be very big. It might just be me and the people I know. But I do think that there is a group of people within Jewish life who aren't being represented, who, and sort of echo what Son of Jonathan was saying, who are appalled by the kind of regular drip of anti-Semitic derangement that you encounter on social media, but for whom that doesn't change their basic commitment to the need for there to be equal rights for everybody.
Mm-hmm. So I want to ask you about a piece you wrote in Dissent. I think it was published 5 days after the Hamas attack, in which you accused parts of the Anglophone left of reacting with, quote unquote, shocking inhumanity to the massacre of innocent Israelis. Since that piece was published, as we've just mentioned, Israel has pretty much leveled Gaza, killing many, many thousands of Palestinians in the process. And I'd be curious to know if you have made peace with the so-called Anglophone left since then.
My position is the same as it was then, which is that it's wrong to kill civilians. It was wrong when Hamas did it. It's obviously wrong on a more obscene scale than I think any of us possibly could imagine now that Israel is doing it in Gaza. To the extent that my personal politics have shifted in this, I haven't made my peace with people who would advocate for killing my friends and loved ones, and so I'm not going to go march in a march where people are saying by any means necessary and who are kind of adopting this radical chic politics of total removal of Israelis, or that there are no Israeli civilians like that. I'm not going to, my critique of those people remains, but the focus, I think, right now is not on them. It's on stopping the Israeli offensive. It's trying to find a way to bring an end to this war and get in the humanitarian aid necessary to alleviate what has become a catastrophe that I've found hard to write about, actually, because its scale is so horrific, and it has gone so far beyond what I think certainly I, and I know others, thought that Israel was capable of.
Another question for you, Emily. There's been lots of concern in the US over what we call the generational divide. The fact that young American Jews feel far less connected to Israel than their parents and grandparents do. Recent polls would seem to indicate that this continues to hold true post-October 7th, and yet at the same time, young Jewish Americans out on the campuses have probably been more exposed to virulent forms of anti-Semitism, often crossing the line into outright anti-Zionism crossing the lines into anti-Semitism, than any other age group. Do you find that this has had any effect on the way young American Jews view Israel?
What I find very interesting is that, and this is according to the JEI poll that I mentioned earlier, and also a more recent poll, I'm pretty sure it was by the American Jewish Committee, suggests that actually younger American Jews are less concerned about anti-Semitism on college campuses than older American Jews. And I think this is probably for a few reasons. So the short answer is that no, I don't think that this is going to reverse the trend. It may for some people, right, who had some horrific encounter and it polarized them in the other direction. But I think the short answer is that no, because they're going to continue to have been raised in America with, liberal progressive values, and they will continue to have only known in Israel that, I think this will be formative for many young American Jews to have watched this war. And to have to not be able to square that with everything else they've been taught to believe. why young American Jews are less concerned about anti-Semitism on college campuses, despite being the ones on college campuses. There are some who theorize that this is because I shouldn't say theorize, speculate that this is because they've only known it like this, so they don't remember a time when it was less pronounced, and thus it seems not as bad to them, and that could be. I also think that sometimes when you're in a place, if you read a story in the New York Times that says, at your alma mater, anti-Semitism is run amok, it's, oh my goodness, this is so horrible. Whereas when you're in it, you can sort of have processed it for what it was. I generally think that there is, that sometimes, how to put this, that sometimes it's not the most helpful for students on college campuses that there's as much attention on them from national media outlets as there is. And I should also say, I'm not currently on a college campus or a university campus. I'm not a student. I'm not a professor. I don't yet have children, or certainly children who could be the age. So I'm not I don't want to tell anybody, oh, your experience actually isn't that bad. I hope that I'm not coming across this way, but I just think that it's important to note that university campuses have always been sites where this issue is hotly contested, and that the students themselves are telling us this is not our top concern. Not to say that anti-Semitism is not real on university campuses, but it is to say that I don't think that it's necessarily the story that it's being written about as, or that it's going to change students' opinions. The other thing is, I know I've rambled a bit on this one, but we sometimes write about or read about Jews on college campuses as though there's one position, right? As though every Jewish student comes in supportive of Israel, or every Jewish student is in Hillel, or every Jewish student is of a certain denomination. And I just don't think that's true. I think that Jewish students, like every other Jewish group in America, are not a monolith. And, I think when the head of the ADL goes to Brown University and tells the Jewish students for Brown calling for a ceasefire, that they're, sort of denounces them, that's also a Jewish student group being called out on a university campus. So,
Isa, how have the events of October 7th affected the German Jewish community, which I believe is the third largest Jewish community in Europe today, right? After France and Britain.
Yes. So, Judy, a lot of what Jonathan said really resonates with the feeling of people here in the communities, on the streets. We have a large Palestinian community here in Berlin. And in the days after October 7th, they went out on the streets and we heard all the slogans. What is, I think, huge difference to other countries is obviously the historical echo and the background which we feel, and the political reaction. Let me just show you towards the Brandenburg Gate. Days after October 7th, immediately as the political reaction that we, the German political public, the politicians, stand with Israel. I was at the Berlin Parliament 10 days after October 7th, and across the party spectrum, everybody said what's happening now in Gaza is Hamas's fault and not Israel's fault, which I felt was a very strong statement. One thing that has been very positive for me also personally is that many of our Muslim friendships and partnerships have made it through this time. We have been very careful how we talk to each other, and very sensitive to come to a point of, holding both pains, right? So when we did a solidarity prayer in the synagogue, one of my Muslim friends not only came and stood there and spoke, and we took pictures. And when I said, I'm not posting your picture on Facebook, am I? After, about the event. And she goes no, I want my picture there. So we have this beautiful picture of a woman in a hijab standing in the synagogue and expressing her solidarity. There has been, on the other hand, on the daily life level, there has been an increase in fear. I have congregants who really are not able to come to synagogues. Some people who have refugee background. One of them tells me, when I get up on Shabbat morning and want to leave my apartment to go to the synagogue, I just get into such a panic that I physically cannot leave the apartment. And that's not the only the only situation. We also have when Hamas shortly after October 7th called for an international day of wrath. Most kids did not go to school or to nursery school, but stayed home. And that's, and what I hear a lot is also from young people is that we feel there seems to be some kind of illusion of there is no anti-Semitism in Germany and we feel safe, has been blown away. And now we need to redefine who we are, how visible we want to be. Do you walk on the street with Magen David? Do you have your mezuzah outside on the building? So these are the kind of issues on the daily level. Whereas on the other hand, the political support and the voices supporting Israel are strong and are obviously also comforting. On the other hand, we have, as you know, a large Israeli expat community in Berlin, and most of them are probably more on the left-wing side and very critical. Some of them feel silenced by the public discourse in Germany, which I don't see, because obviously their voices are being heard. They are being criticized, but they are heard and they are printed. We in our community have had many people also directly affected. People who had relatives killed, people from Otef Aza who have been living here in Berlin and now went back to be with their communities. Teachers at our school who have former students of theirs killed. We have parents who the father went back to Israel to do Miluim. So it feels very, very close. That might be a huge difference also to the US. We are pretty much in the same time zone. So, it's it feels very close.
Mm-hmm. Well, Jewish refugees from other parts of the world account for the overwhelming majority of the post-Holocaust German Jewish community. And I remember when I visited you there a few years ago, you were taking in many Ukrainian Jewish refugees. I assume many of these immigrants may have once thought of Israel as a possible safe haven, and was wondering if that still holds true since October 7th, given how unsafe Israel has turned out to be for Jews.
So I think this is one of the big changes, that people were living here, talking about packed suitcases, or who know when it's really getting bad here, we can always go to Israel, and that feels like not so much the case anymore. Several of our Ukrainian refugees who came here 2 years ago continued to Israel, actually, and sometimes part of the family is still here in Germany and part of the family is in Israel. So I have this Ukrainian father who just 3 weeks ago, his son, who is serving in Tzahal, came to visit while he was on leave from Tzahal. So we have a Ukrainian family with a kid serving in the Israeli army, people visiting Israel, Ukrainians living in Berlin, visiting their relatives in Israel, and then coming back and telling about how they had to go into shelters, etc. So it's really double trauma. We also see that in the school with the kids. Like the Ukrainian kids are much more affected now also by the war in Israel. It comes on them from both sides. We have many Israelis who have moved to Berlin. I mean, there were lots of Israelis who just stayed because October 7th, as you know, just the end of vacation, and people stayed. So we did open a playground at the nursery school for Israeli families for some time, and we have taken in several kids both in the nursery school and the school. It's complicated. It's really complicated, and Israel, it's very close. And people go back and forth. So what's happening now that also the Israelis living here come to shul and bring Israeli relatives who are just in Berlin for a couple of days, taking a break from the situation in Israel, and then go back again.
Mm-hmm. Jonathan, I want to get back to a point you mentioned before. In a recent piece in The Guardian, you wrote the following: too few Israeli decision makers are willing to concede that whatever actions they take, diaspora Jews will feel the consequences too. And that perhaps is the main reason why so many Jews can no longer bear to see or hear or read the news. It's not only the human response to the death and destruction wreaked in Gaza and the killing of thousands of Palestinians, which is agonizing to witness bulletin after bulletin. It comes with an extra layer of dread, the knowledge that we will be blamed, end quote. Do you see a situation where British Jews will become so fed up with taking blame for Israel's actions that they will start checking out, and even worse?
Well, in a way, you would understand if that was the reaction, but I don't see that happening. I mean, there is a tremendous sort of anger about that, and yet the terrible sort of homelessness of politically homeless feeling is that on the one hand, they feel furious with Israel. They can't, I'm generalizing, but obviously there are some supporters of the government, but there is, I think, a larger number who would be really critical of Netanyahu and everything, who feel that the decisions have been made in the wrong way, as Josh was saying before, not just now, but for a long time. And yet, on the other hand, they don't feel that they can sort of cut their links with Israel, because they look at the alternative, as it were, which is the people who are willing them to do that, who are on the streets demanding action taken against Israel, and they don't feel welcome among them either. And so that's that terrible feeling that they're sort of out of place in both. They don't like the people chanting or projecting the slogan "From the river to the sea" on the Houses of Parliament, on Big Ben, London icon, an iconic location, for all the reasons that will be well known to people watching this, that slogan, whatever the people chanting it and think they mean, it's heard by Jews as saying, eliminate Israel, eliminate the world's only Jewish country, the world's largest Jewish community, leave no room for it. If it's from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. That's how Jews hear it. So they don't feel at home with them. And then they open up, Haaretz on their phone or whatever, and they see some new hideously racist thing that's been said by Itamar Ben-Gvir or some action taken by the government. They don't feel comfortable there either. And so it's a terrible feeling of being sort of in between and feeling homeless. And I have definitely heard people who, round the Friday night dinner table one week, are saying, because of some horrible remark that was made at work or kids on campus, do we ever have to think about not being here? And then they think, and I've heard this conversation where people go, well, where? And then somebody says Israel, and they all, people will smile and laugh and go, well, yeah, but that's even worse. Not even worse. Of course, it's not even worse, but you know what I mean? That's a whole other set of problems. And we would be not comfortable there, and that's dangerous and so on. So, I think it goes to that sense that Giza and I have both been sort of describing, of feeling just the daily sort of stress of it and feeling in between. The one thing I was going to say as well, picking up something both Emily and Joshua talked about the Jews having felt that they had found their voice and feeling able to be more critical. And one thing that has all been really overlooked is what was going to be the global Jewish story of 2023 until October the 7th. Was the global movement of protests against the judicial coup and against the Netanyahu's government that was joined, this was very new in this community, that was joined by both Israelis, expatriates, the Israeli community in London, and British Jews. They were that was a kind of coming of age moment where Jews felt able, for one thing, to, in Westminster, where the government and parliament is, with the Israeli flag, condemning the Israeli government and singing Hatikva as a protest song against the Israeli government. I mean, it was very complicated what was going on, but it was a new voice, and it felt very kind of as if something was beginning. And like Josh was saying, people were beginning to make the connection with occupation and realizing that there was something dissonant about saying Israel, we're fighting to save Israeli democracy, even though Israel rules over another people in the West Bank and so on. So that was beginning to happen and was a really interesting phenomenon in Israel-diaspora relations, and obviously entirely overshadowed by what happened on October the 7th. But it's led for some people as a sort of rush back to the embrace of Israel and the sense that forget all our differences. But for others, it's a feeling, much more complicated and much more sorrowful than that.
Mm-hmm. Emily, I couldn't help thinking about the title of your book, Bad Jews, which was published exactly a year before October 7th, but seems so prescient today. For many progressives, Jews who continue to support or sympathize with Israel have come to be considered bad Jews. For them, the good Jews would be Jews active in the pro-Palestinian cause. Members of If Not Now, for example, we mentioned them before, Jewish Voice for Peace, Rabbis for Ceasefire. These groups have organized some very big rallies in recent months, but I wonder, how much support do they really have within the larger Jewish community?
I think certainly If Not Now and JVP and Rabbis for Ceasefire are a minority. I mean, that's not, and I don't think they would dispute that. But what I think you can also say is that the cause for which they're pushing, in this case, a ceasefire, is gaining support in the United States. I mean, we know this from not just the statements that more liberal Jewish organizations are putting out, but from the polling. And I guess one thing that I would just like to, since you mentioned bad Jews, is that, I wrote a piece about the ceasefire protests and the tendency that some had to point to these people, and I think this is still ongoing, to point to those partaking and saying, well, they're not even really Jewish. They don't know anything about Israel, or they're intermarried, or like they don't speak Hebrew, or what have you. And basically my point was, if you do not think that a ceasefire, or if you're Jewish and you do not think that the ceasefire is the appropriate policy, you can go ahead and make that argument without stripping somebody else's identity from them. And similarly, if you do not think that supporting the government of Israel if that's not what your Jewish values motivate you to say, you can make that argument without saying that somebody arguing the opposite is not Jewish. You can imagine that this piece was not so well received in some quarters of the internet. That's fine. But I do think that, unfortunately, the tendency that I described in my book, which is people who disagree politically, trying to sort of claim, no, I'm the right Jewish one, or no, I'm the real Jew, in order to make a political point. I think within the American Jewish political space that has been exacerbated since, that tendency has been exacerbated since October 7th.
Josh, your forthcoming book is called Tablet Shattered: The End of an American Jewish Century and the Future of Jewish Life. I assume it does not span as far as October 7th, so I wanted to know what you think the events of that day and its aftermath will mean for Jewish life in America. And do you see American Jews becoming more insulated and withdrawn as a result of the experience of recent months, or to the contrary, do you see them pushing back against attempts to exclude and even vilify them because of their presumed connection to Israel?
A few things. I mean, I got lucky or unlucky in that the manuscript was about to be sent off right before October 7th, and so when the events happened, I did have time to step back and revise, not everything from the ground up, obviously, but to try to update things where possible. So stay tuned for that in August. But I think that one of the things that I changed and turned into a big focus in the book is something that I call the diasporic double bind. And it is the experience that Jonathan's been describing, which is that Jews living outside of Israel, in a way, have the conditions of their life, the conditions of political coalitions that they can enter into, the news determined by events that happen in Israel. And this way, the logic of a sovereign Jewish state kind of imposes itself onto the world, and Jews have to reckon with it. American Jews are probably the last people to have to reckon with this in a very real way, because for most of the last, let's say, half century or so, American Jews understood themselves as, if not the center, then one of the two centers of global Jewish life. And so they generally thought of their relationship to Israel as one of parity, or sometimes either, no, we're actually the main show and that's the sideshow. But, depends on how you count. Obviously, just as Emily mentioned, determining who is a Jew is a fraught one. But at a certain point in the early 2000s, if you follow what someone like the demographer Sergio de la Pergola writes, the Israeli Jewish community reached population parity with the American one, and then surpassed it. And not only are we in the period of surpassing it, but we're also in if you look at and believe population projections, heading towards a world where Israeli Jews represent not just the plurality of Jews in the world, but the majority. And that's an unprecedented historical shift in the lifespan of the Jewish people writ large, that for the first time in 2 millennia, we won't be a diasporic people majority, we will have become a sovereign one. And American Jews are going to have to make a lot of decisions about how they want to relate to an Israel that is in the driver's seat, in some sense, of Jewish history. And I think a lot of the American Jewish reactions, especially around anti-Semitism or anti-Zionism related anti-Semitism, has to do with an ambivalence about what it means to live in a world where your identity is spoken of or by another state that you don't live in, and that it's determining your life. Now, I think that, one way to, and so in some sense, there are two responses to this. Both of them, I personally think are wrong. One is has been the establishment organizational response, which is, this is totally fine. It's actually really good. We already outsourced all of Jewish identity anyway to Zionism. And so it's not really a problem for us. It creates a moral problem, which is that this view can't accommodate the reality of what Israel is and does. And so it denies kind of the political complexities. But the flip side of that is what I think you could call the sort of neo-diasporist or new Jewish anti-Zionist reaction of kind of disavowal, denial, like, we are not them, we are not that, I am that. That is all happening because there's a lot less space for a Jewishness that's untethered to Israel. And I would argue it's not really possible. And so I think that some people, the position I'd like to advocate for is one of responsibility. Like, yes, we're Jews around the world are implicated in what Israel does because we belong to the Jewish collectivity that has made its home there. That might be uncomfortable, but it's better to be honest about it and engage and to take responsibility than to kind of sit and deny that it's happening or wish that it wasn't happening. And so I think we're at the very beginning of a very substantial historical shift that is going. Some people will jump off the train, and and then there is an old and venerable Jewish tradition of Jews who disavowed their collective belonging. I mean, that's kind of Isaac Deutscher's essay about the non-Jewish Jew, and that we might see more of that happening. But I also think that there hasn't been. American Jews are only beginning to understand now to the extent to which they are not in charge of the Jewish narrative.
Mm-hmm.
Could I come in on that?
Sure.
I mean, it's so interesting to hear all that because I've been thinking about a version of all that myself, and we're living some of it. First of all, this point about the neo-diasporic thing, that is absolutely going on. You see it particularly among younger people, just at the edges, but the sort of revival of Yiddish in certain places, searching for a Jewish identity which isn't Israel. By the way, another source of identity for a long time was the Holocaust. That has now become extremely complicated. I wrote recently about the ICJ interim ruling, interim though it is, has already complicated that because a big part of Jewish identity was to be seen as and to, in some ways, drape ourselves in the moral authority of the victim people. And whether we like it or not, I think we must all dislike it. but many people see us now as aligned with a perpetrator people. And we can argue that they're wrong and they're misunderstanding what the ICJ said in The Hague and so on. But just in terms of that word now, when you see the word genocide and Jews in the same sentence, it used to be citing us as victims. And now that sentence is usually pointing an accusing finger at us instead. And I think that changes something about identity, because it means we move through the world no longer with that kind of, there was a kind of moral halo put on Jews as being the Jewish voice. We spoke from an experience of historic suffering. And I'm not sure many people particularly of a younger generation are going to buy that anymore. If anything, you're going to begin with a certain sort of guilt implied. So that's a big thing. But just on Josh's notion that the way out of this is to some acceptance of responsibility, I'm interested in that because the formulation I've been using in explaining what this Jewish connection to Israel is, and in some ways trying to get people to be sort of off our backs a bit, is I've been saying, look, Jews are connected to Israel, but diaspora Jews. We are connected to Israel, but we are not responsible for it. Meaning, if you are angry about what's going on in Israel, do not be throwing a brick through a synagogue window, because yes, that the Jews in that building are connected to Israel. They're praying towards Jerusalem and so on, but they are not responsible for the actions of that government. They don't have a vote. And that's the formulation I'm sort of using as a kind of, it would be too much to call it a survival strategy, but I'm thinking that's a useful explanation. But Josh has come in and said, no, Jews have to say that they are responsible. That is challenging for me because I'm not criticizing it, but it's sort of upending something I've been thinking about in a different way.
Well, if I may, I want to flesh it out a little bit more. I think there might be a difference in national context, but I'm not necessarily sure. I mean it because American Jewish life institutionally is structured around support for Israel. And this is what I mean about not wanting to have it both ways. You can't, it doesn't make political sense to me to say, we're going to fundraise Israel bonds in Shul on the high holidays, and we're going to send our delegation here, and we're going to, maybe even be part of communities where it's a norm to send money over the green line to pro-settlement philanthropies, and then say, no, get off our backs. That doesn't work. And if it was the case that American Jewish institutional life was actually not implicated, then it would be a different conversation. But this even gets to some of the messiness of the campus stuff. I think what's happening there on these campuses, like the videos from Berkeley, are horrific. I would never want to be mistaken for thinking that any of that is acceptable. But it's also the case that the Jewish Agency sends Israel fellows to university campuses in the United States to put on pro-Israel events at the Hillel. And so the idea that this is just happening for no reason, it's more honest to be no, this is American Jewish organizations are invested in an ideological project. It's legitimate to defend that ideological project, but I don't think it's illegitimate to pretend that that's not also happening at the same time. I don't know if that makes sense.
I'm afraid that our time is up. Thank you very much. I enjoyed having all of you on this panel and look forward to seeing you again on some other panel sometime. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I really just quickly want to say that Haaretz from the very first moment, really immediately after October 7th, under horrific, unimaginable circumstances, has, I think, as a reader and subscriber and a journalist, worked to speak truth to power and for accountability and for transparency under very difficult circumstances. So as a journalist, it's inspiring, and it was, thank you for moderating this discussion today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I hope you've enjoyed watching this conference. If you have, please let others know about it. They will soon be able to watch it on the Nazarian Center's website and YouTube channel. And I hope you will watch our future webinars and other online events, which you can hear about by subscribing to our mailing list. To do this, just go to our website, www.international.ucla.edu/Israel, or follow us on X, formerly Twitter. Finally, I'd like to thank all the speakers for generously giving their time and sharing their expertise and insights. I'd like to thank the team at Haaretz, especially Maya Lecker, Omer Schubert, and Nufer Chen, and my team at the Nazarian Center, especially Maura Resnick, Gage Greenspan, and Jane Matusovskaya for their hard work organizing this conference. And I want to thank you all for joining us from wherever you are in the world. Thank you and goodbye.